All right, lads. I'll give you Blackbeard's honest opinion. You ask me, can this new captain promise you a life of prizes, plunder, and adventure? Aye. For amongst all the gentlemen of fortune sailing these West Indies, he ranks amongst the most clever. There was a time when I thought myself the deadliest scourge of these seas. But this man is a fearsome dog that feeds off trouble and turmoil. I seen him clear the deck of a Spanish galleon like it were nothing. Fighting like a devil, dressed as a man. And he's a canny one. Knows his way round every crag and crevice of these islands. So if it's fortune and adventure you seek, then Captain Edward Kenway's your man. Only, don't meddle in his private affairs. For there's more mystery to that man than even I dare ask.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Assassin's Creed Black Flag Phase 5, doing a showcase playthrough as part of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. The last stream ended abruptly because I had done a long stream and the game crashed, and when streaming from the PlayStation, if you're streaming and your game crashes, your stream stops automatically. And instead of just doing a 20-minute stream to finish off what I was intending to do and have the VODs be this big, massive 8-hour stream and then this 20-minute stream, I decided just to not stream again until today. So that's why the previous stream ended abruptly. The intention was to finish off the Templar Hunt missions, and we were in the middle of doing the ones for the assassin Anto in Kingston. I've got his to do, and then I've got Opia Apito, the other assassin, I've got hers to do as well. Once that's done, we'll be able to unlock the Templar outfit. And because I don't really like Templars, I'm not going to wait until later on in the playthrough to actually have Edward wear it. So when we actually unlock it, I'm going to have Edward wear it on stream for a while and showcase it and give it a fair showcasing, of course, because I've done that with other outfits. But yeah, usually I don't bother about... Like, sometimes I do the Templar hunts, but not worry about the outfit afterwards. I just like to do the Templar hunts sometimes. But in this playthrough, we're doing the Templar hunts, and we're actually getting the outfit. I'm going to be showing the outfit off once we unlock it, like I have done with the other outfits. And then for a bit of gameplay, I'll be keeping the outfit on for a certain amount of time. So we're in the middle of doing the Anto missions. We were in the middle, like right literally in the middle of one when the game crashed, causing the stream to end. So, just to recap, Templar Hunt Mission 1, the Maroon Assassin. Edward meets with Master Assassin Anto to inform him of the growing Templar threat. Edward helps Anto free slaves in exchange for information about the Templar and his key. Under attack, this is the memory that we're up to now. Edward helps Anto to defend the Bureau from a Templar attack. There'll be some messages that will pop up about Kenway Fleet missions being done. Let's go mark that. Wait until these prompts disappear off the screen.
Can't pronounce half the bloody names.
You returned. Have you brought your conscience?
I want my key.
Patience is a virtue.
Expecting company.
You may have your key sooner than you think. Help us defend the Bureau. The men we freed will help. It is too quiet. I do not trust it. There will be more of them. Thin them out before the next wave. Attack!
Oh, how awful. The last thing
You are there! Get him! Quick! Stop that bastard!
Defend me!
Disparadle por el flanco!
Advance! Edward, eliminate as many as you can before the next wave.
Quicken the pace!
Some of their men.
You killed so many. This will be simple.
You barbarian!
Edward, I am glad you showed up when you did. I'm sorry I have no key to give you, but...
No, the key can wait. Whoever did this, I want to teach them a lesson.
The Templar's name is Kenneth Abraham. He's part of an ongoing war with the Maroons. But we have held strong and will not be defeated. Let me devise a plan.
Just want to talk a little bit about Anto here. With the Templar Hunt missions, there's only 2 assassins that actually show up in the main story. So there's Anto, this assassin that we're dealing with, and there's Opia, who I'll be doing the missions for next, once we finish Anto's missions. They're the only... Rona Dinsmore, sorry. Rona, which we've already done the missions for, is the other assassin that appears in the story. Sorry, I was mistaken. And Anto as well. The other ones don't appear in the main story. So if you don't do these at all, when Edward is talking to Anto and talking to Rona, it might seem weird that they know each other. But it's because technically you're supposed to do these missions, if you want to do them chronologically, before that part in the story where Edward is doing the assassination of the Italian diplomat. But if you do these first, then obviously by the time you get to that part in the story, you'd be like, oh, cool, these assassins that we worked with. Later on, though, as a reminder to the player, which doesn't necessarily 100% work story-wise, though, Edward gets reminded to go and help the Bureau leaders. But the thing about that is, too, you could literally wait till you finish the whole main story and then go and do them, which would then make things really weird story-wise, because these characters will be interacted with as if you don't know them. However, there's some that would actually act as if you know them, so sometimes it does actually work. But that would be the difficulty in making multiple branches connect down the line, because some people might do the missions earlier, some might do them later, and some might do them right at the end. Okay, so we have one more mission with Anto, or for Anto. He talks about the plight of the Maroons, and in the Freedom Cry DLC, there's a continuation of that, with Adewale helping the Maroon cause. I would have liked a game, like instead of putting all the resources into Rogue, they should have just done an Adewale game, like a full game of Adewale. That would have been cool. Play Black Flag, and then Freedom Cry, and then the Adewale game, which would take place after Freedom Cry. I would have preferred that than what we got. Interacting with the wrong thing. That's what I need. Something I should do in the future, which I've wanted to do for a while, is do some Assassin's Creed videos that talk about stories that, you know, I wish we got.
I have a plan, but it won't be easy. Abraham is well connected and his pockets are deep. But we have located a man in his inner circle. We will tail him until he reveals our target.
Let me bring him to his end.
Here he comes now.
Evening.
Sir,
Pleasant night for a ball.
pleasant night to celebrate impending victory.
Our numbers are many. They will not stand a chance.
Pity to not be invited to see us celebrate before our victory.
Quite.
Officers, may I join you?
Evening.
The more the merrier.
I've just come from the barracks. I'm quite certain the new weapons shipments will end our maroon problem once and for all.
That is the plan. That is the plan.
Do you think they'll be expecting it?
Most likely. They always do somehow. But this time, it won't matter. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have a private matter to attend before I make my entrance.
As do I. We will see you there.
Hey there, Kenway. The traitor. Who's that?
Good evening. Will the commander be in attendance tonight?
Yes. I was just speaking with him. He's here somewhere.
The Pratt was right under our noses the whole time.
I've never met a soldier as cunning as a Maroon. It's no mistake he's been harder to defeat than the weak who came before him.
Well, now, what's in that tea?
Kenway. Oh wait, you thought this was Governor Woods Rogers. Oh, I got you, Kenway. Yeah. No, this is...
One of the few to live to tell the tale.
That could you. Is he all the warriors he make him out?
I spit at his name. And his brothers, too.
You!
But our war...
This is one of the Templar hunt missions.
Our time, we'll take this
Yesterday the stream ended when I didn't want it to because the game crashed. And when the game crashes on the PlayStation, it turns your stream off.
Cheers, mate. That's the spirit.
So instead of doing just like a 20-minute stream to finish off what I wanted to do, I figured I'd just let it lie. And then finish it off today. Yeah, I don't see the point. Like, it's just, it'd be annoying for viewers too who are watching the VOD to have to just watch a 20-minute thing. I mean,
Pick wrong, and Abraham will be alerted.
I don't expect, you know, heaps of people to watch the VODs, but for those who do, I'd rather they have a big block of time instead of a big block of time and then, oh, here's a little 15 to 20-minute video that you need to watch as well to see the end of what you saw.
Look out for.
Is that supposed to be funny?
No, man, you hear the abbing horn, you don't laugh, you run. See you coming from miles away, they do. Catch you where you least expect it.
Surely our superior weapons give us the upper hand.
That maybe. Still, I say, you hear that horn, you're in trouble.
You make it worse.
That commander's gone crazy.
We're not losing that bastard.
I like how he saw me, apparently.
He could be right here. Get that blackguard.
He's tired. I think he needs to go sleep. He had a big day. And now for an eternal slumber.
And, how many years have we fought? Your men in the mountains with no weapons to speak of, and my army resplendent. And yet you live, and I die.
You lack the conviction to win.
I love Anto's quote there. It's not always about strength in numbers or high-tech weaponry or the best weapons. Sometimes it's just the utter conviction of the other side to win can be stronger. Okay, so we have one more set of Templar hunt missions to do. First, I want to get some supplies for Edward. And then we'll be able to unlock the Templar armor, and I'll showcase that, show it up close, examine it, and then wear it for a bit while I do some other stuff.
That means it owes
Terribly well informed of all
3 and 6 for the first 7 crates.
Hello.
Hello. Are you buying or selling? What are you buying? What are you selling? Someone should do a mod for all games that have a merchant and just take the dialogue from Resident Evil 4 and have the dialogue play. So when you go to buy something, the merchant in any other game is like, ah, I'll buy it at a high price. Sell cargo. Sell all the sugars. Sell all the rums. Why is the rum always gone? Because we sold it, Captain Jack Sparrow. That's why it's gone. Alright. There we go. Okay, so where was it? No. Nope. There it is. Castillo. So I don't want to reveal too much about what the next phase and final phase of celebrating this game's 10th anniversary is, but it's going to be focused not only in Edward's time period, but also in present day as well. And I'm going to be reading more database entries that are related to the story and stuff. But I also want to play the game with only the dialogue and sound effects. Without the music. We found a social chest, so that's good. But before I start phase 6, when I finish this phase, I want to take a break from Black Flag and play another Assassin's Creed game in between. I'm still in the process of figuring out what that one will be and what type of playthrough and all that kind of stuff. But I don't want it to be a long playthrough, so if it's going to be a challenge playthrough, it won't be a massive challenge. If it's going to be just a regular playthrough, it's just going to be like, do the basic stuff. Okay, so here we go. Opia Apito, the Taino assassin.
Opia? Oh, easy, milady. Just thought you might like some help.
Why? What is your real motive?
Your name was on a map. I may have sold it to a nest of Templars in error. We all make mistakes.
Oh, typical. Twist a Templar blade to our back to play safer to our face.
Look, I'll level with you, lass. I'm also looking for a key. I figure, I help you, you let me keep the key if it turns up. Right. You're offended. I'll go.
We will challenge you to a hunting contest. Gather more skins than us, and you win.
Easy. Let's go.
Kenway Odyssey 100% completion, let's go. Oh man. I can't even remember the last time I played that game and actually did that. Where I did the DLC content as well, all the Lost Tales of Greece and all that kind of stuff.
That was just luck.
I do have more playthroughs of Odyssey though that I do want to do. I want to do a torch challenge with it, and I also want to do more towards that project I've been working on. But I'm going to wait till next year to do more Odyssey streams.
That's not fair.
Can we actually, let's make it Valhalla or DLC and side content included 100%. Well, you will never see me do that because that would require getting Dawn of Ragnarok, and I refuse to ever get that. If Ubisoft want to put full screen ads for DLC in their own games,
What makes you believe you can beat us?
they can't be skipped, then I don't want to support that. So there'll be a white Jaguar that we deal with, which works out well because I haven't showcased killing one of those on stream. Here we go.
The White Jaguar. A fine catch. You have more than proven yourself. We accept your help.
With what?
Look,
Frigate. Why? Is there anything out there but fish?
no. Those are your Templars. You have a ship and a paleface, vessel and passport. Meet us at Gran Cayman to help us investigate.
It would have been cool if Opia appeared at the at Tulum in the main story. I think that would have been cool. Kenway love the fauna in Black Flag. Oh yeah. I still think that there's so much to this game that can still be appreciated today, 10 years on. Okay, so that's the White Jaguar. Not reading the actual character database entries, only things like pirates, buccaneers, and privateers. Fauna, alright, so we've already dealt with the white jaguar. There we go, and I've already read about that, but I hadn't actually showcased hunting one on stream for this playthrough until now. So there we go. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. Hope it's going good.
Opia, and how are we today?
Surprised. We did not think you would keep your word. Tell us, why do you expect to find your magic key here?
It holds an irresistible attraction to Templars, if that is who bought these ships.
We don't know what the Templars could want here. These people lead simple fishing lives.
Or perhaps not so simple. I'll go and have a mingle, see what we can find out.
That's awesome, Ryu. That's good, it's going well. I've got a question for you, Ryu. I won't be able to get to it this year now, but I definitely still want to do my Mortal Kombat marathon, where I'll do all the main entries, and as far as side games go, I'll do Shaolin Monks and Mortal Kombat Mythologies. But my question is, are there any kinds of, like, channel point rewards you think might be fun or cool to have for any of the Mortal Kombat games? Because I want to have some channel point rewards that are specific for Mortal Kombat. I mean, I know one for Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, which is similar to the Rest in Peace Lara. It's the Rest in Peace Sub-Zero. Where when I'm playing Mortal Kombat Mythology Sub-Zero, if someone redeems it, I have to make him die so he can get the scene to happen.
Your old catch? You must have made a fortune.
I did. But you know, this is exactly why they call me the King of Fishermen.
Generations of enterprising
Who calls you that?
Oh, don't be jealous.
Jealous? I'm not jealous.
Drinking? God knows.
I'll show you the bill of sale if you like. Senorita Marquez's right-hand man, Vargas, signed it himself.
Perhaps we'll be forced to venture inland. Could you see me tending a farm? I'm city-bred, I'm afraid.
I'll show you the bill of sale if you like. Senorita Marquez's right-hand man, Vargas, signed it himself. She's using his home as her headquarters. I even met her there when I delivered the fish.
You see, Alvin is practically nobility now.
A noble fisherman, indeed.
Venture inland. Could you see me tending a farm?
Kenway, you recently installed Mortal Kombat 11. It's quite hard on Xbox controllers. It reminds you of joystick gameplay of King of Fighters. Yeah, because I haven't really had much experience playing the Mortal Kombat games or fighting games with like an actual arcade stick, and you can get those controllers that are arcade, like with the joystick and the buttons and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's interesting when they try and, well, when they convert it to like controllers. But obviously nowadays it's a lot better because they obviously have consoles and that in mind straight away with Mortal Kombat. Whereas in the early days it was more like, hey, let's release it on the consoles as well because it was popular in the arcades kind of thing. Ryu, maybe redeem a character playthrough? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. I'll just take some notes on that. That's definitely something. Alright, so Mortal Kombat Marathon 2024. Channel point ideas and redeem a character playthrough. And while I remember that I came up with it, because I might actually forget, is Sub-Zero, rest in peace, dies when redeemed. There we go.
Trust me to get caught in the middle of... Please, Lord, just let me home.
It's so funny, like the interesting thing with a lot of the acting in some of the Mortal Kombat games, like, we are talking like this. I am Raiden. I am the god of thunder. Spaghetti bolognese.
Were you successful?
I kept overhearing this name. Marquez. Friend of yours?
Her name matches that of the man who destroyed our village. We fought and lost, but the leader did not live to enjoy his victory.
Do you think this woman is related?
If she is, we are not safe.
The bill of sale we stole gives the address of a man in her employ. Vargas.
I saw. I know where it is.
Let's pay the bait boy a visit. Find out what he knows.
Follow us. You must try to understand what it is at stake.
I've got some idea.
No, it's more than your key. There are those who say that Aino are already extinct. We will never be extinguished. Our fight continues.
You definitely sounded dubbed. It really did. It really, really did. You must defeat Shinnok. Here's the one.
The home of Vargas. Hide. We'll use the element of surprise to our advantage. Conceal yourself.
He knows where Charles Lee is. Quan Chi cunt.
Right there. Hola.
State your business.
I hope for an audience with Señorita Marquez. Chase him!
Lotion.
Juventude. The way this guy says Juventude. Juventude.
He's getting away! Hurry! Get after him! Don't let him get away!
Fire!
Don't sink him! We need to land the ship intact. If he drowns, we'll lose Marquez! We've got him! Board his ships! Board him! And make him stop! What are you waiting for? Board him!
Out with it, lad. Where's Marquez? Why is she here? She's already left for Juventude. Find her there if you must. Her army will teach you a lesson.
Juventude is the island of our enemies. If Lucia Marquez has gone there, it is certain we are her target.
How many enemies do you have?
When you're hunted, it sometimes seems that every stranger is an enemy. On Juventude, we have been at truce since the death of the first Marquez, but this woman could reignite our dispute if her price is high enough.
Ah, can't have that.
I take this ship. Meet me there if you still want your key.
Review, whereas with later games, the voice acting is mostly natural. For a while, the one Mortal Kombat project with remotely decent acting was the '95 movie. Defenders of the Realm had some great voice acting talent, though. That's a show that I never actually saw much of. I do remember seeing in the bargain bins and stuff in like, you know, stores where you can buy things for really cheap. I would see Defenders of the Realm in there on like DVD and stuff, but I never actually sought them out to watch them and things like that. But I would definitely agree. Like from the stuff that I'd seen in live action, the best acting was probably in Mortal Kombat 95. Definitely better than in Mortal Kombat Annihilation. That's on a whole different level. If you look at the two movies, the live action ones that they did back then, and the live action series Conquest, I would probably say that Conquest had better acting than Annihilation. So I'd put it Mortal Kombat 95 first out of those for the acting, and then Mortal Kombat Conquest live action series, and then Mortal Kombat Annihilation. But not having seen the new 2021 Mortal Kombat movie, I don't know where I would put that. But I assume, and I would hope it has better acting than Annihilation. Ken, where you watched a video where Megan Fox was a character in Mortal Kombat and it was so bland. Yeah, that caused quite a bit of ruckus, I think, amongst the fan base. I mean, I don't know. I've never really, like, thought she was a great actress or anything, but it depends on the projects. Like, if she was doing, like, a movie that was, like, a very dramatic kind of, like, star-studded movie, like I don't think, and this is, you know, maybe not, but in terms of like say for example a Christopher Nolan movie, like Megan Fox probably wouldn't be someone that would do a movie of his, but you never know. But the acting in his movies is generally, you know, really, really good. And so I think sometimes and this can happen with any actor, I think sometimes they can be pigeonholed even by themselves, you know what I mean? Like on purpose sometimes, and all that kind of thing. So I guess it's best to sort of like look at what level of production or what the characters are and all that kind of stuff. But maybe she hasn't been given the opportunity to actually do a role like that, and so she's just done all the roles that she's done and all that kind of stuff and that. But I mean, the thing about video game acting too is that you're not always going to get like Red Dead Redemption 2 quality acting, for example. Like if you want to look at video games that have great acting, you know, Red Dead Redemption 2 would be one of many that you could point to and say that's got some really great performances in it. Whereas something with Mortal Kombat doesn't necessarily need to have the best actors. They just need to be able to do the role that they're playing well enough for it to be respectful to the character and, you know, be good enough of a certain sort of like quality and stuff like that. Okay, so it's a bit, I forgot where the friggin' thing is. Is it Arayos? No. No, it wouldn't be a fort. Was it Kansas? Nope. Andreas Island? Nope. Abaco Island? Nope. Let's try over this way near the same region. Newbone? Nope. Mysteriosa? Nope. Maybe it is there? Nope. Cayman Sound? Nope, that's where we started off the quest line. Nope, it's not there either. I doubt it's at a fort. It's not there. Cumberland Bay? No. If there was one thing I could say about the Templar hunts that they should have done is actually make it easier to see where the next one was.
Captain's at the helm.
Give me some speed!
Ryo, yeah, 2021 has better acting than Annihilation. Some are better than others, but it was fine. The weak links for you were Raiden and Cole Young, but the thing about Cole was that he was a weak character to begin with. Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing too, you know, like, especially with a character that doesn't have any actual, like, source other than being written for that movie, you know, like, it's different when you already have a character there to observe and look at and study and research that already exists, so you get a bit of an idea of how to play them. But with a character like Cole, who was made up for that movie, there's no rules set up yet or any, you know, boundaries and whatnot. So, hey, St. Angeles, Kingfisher is a popular Indian beer. Nice. Haven't actually tried many beers from other countries before. I think I might have tried a German beer once, but haven't tried beer from any other places though. Be interesting to see what the difference is in taste. Kenway, Red Dead Redemption is a bit too Texas cowboy style acting. You haven't played the game, but watched some gameplay. You wish there were a bit of variety. Yeah, I mean, I guess in a way that's to be expected because of the time period it is and what it actually is as well. But there definitely is a different kind of style of Western character that is in Red Dead Redemption 2 and also versus 1 as well. But there's definitely a lot of performances in that. Another game I'd point to with excellent performances is Hellblade: Senua's Sacrifice. That's just Melina Jurgens, who plays Senua, just knocks it out of the park. Like, she's amazingly good. St. Angeles, Templar, you say? That's it. I'm finishing off the Templar hunt missions. Just need to remember where the next and last Opito one is. It shouldn't be too far from where we were. I don't remember it being, like, you know, on the other side of the map in a different place, but maybe it is. Avoco Island, it's not that. It's not Andreas Island, already looked there. Not Salt Key Bank, already looked there. Dry Tortuga is a fort, not an island. It's not Tulum. Is it Cape Bonavista? I don't think it would be. It's not Mysteriosa, I've already looked. Pinos Isle, is that where it is? Yeah, here it is. Here it is. Finally found it. Ryu Templars, more like Cuntlars. Exactly, Cuntlars. That's a good way to put it. Kenway, Crooked Island. Yeah, I like how there's an island called Crooked. I know it's spelt with a C, but it's cool to have a friend with a channel name that's Crocodiles, but one of the nicknames is Crooked. Opia Apito.
It has been a lifetime since we were here. This jungle is still thick with vines and trickery. Marquez will use this to her advantage.
But we know she's here. She doesn't expect us.
We must find her, draw her out, and put a final end to her.
Let's see where this lad goes.
Ryu Crooked has his own island. Sure does. So tomorrow's stream might be a short one, and it might be a late one. But I still want to do a stream of Black Flag, so my Monday will be potentially a short, late stream. But then I've also got Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week that I'm dedicating to this game as well. I'm also doing the Freedom Cry DLC as part of this showcase, so having multiple days in a row will definitely help me in getting closer at least to finishing this game. But unfortunately there won't be any Splinter Cell playthroughs this year, and there won't be any Deus Ex, Human Revolution or Mankind Divided playthroughs this year either. For the first time in like, I don't know, 6 years or so, where I haven't done an annual playthrough. But hey, I might personally myself play it off stream, because I can, because the Xbox audio issues only happen when I'm streaming from it, not when I'm just playing it. So I can still get an annual playthrough in for my personal enjoyment, but as far as streaming, won't be able to. I mean, maybe I could get the PC versions, but it's just too much of a hassle and too much rigmarole and too much downloading and then working out how to make the games run properly and all this shit. It's just like, don't have time for that.
Feel it.
She must be hiding. Let's take some action she can't ignore.
Yes. Eliminate this man. Use a powder keg!
¡Paradlo como sea!
More are coming! Take them out! Corner her! Make her fight alone!
Tengo línea de tiro. ¡Rápido! ¡Que no se
Lucia Marquez! If it's us you're after, come out and fight like a woman of honor! Go after her. We will keep her attention focused here. But be careful. She does not detect.
No. I cannot die at the ends of the Taino. My father saw such potential in these islands. Gold, industry, freedom. All of it squandered. You have not a clue how to use it. He could have brought you wealth.
You believe we wasted freedom of dealing freely? You die a prisoner of your Templar Moors.
Let's not argue with a dead woman. Here's my prize.
It's funny, all the Templars that you kill as part of these Templar hunt missions, they always have like an overly dramatic dying moment. Where instead of being like, ugh, they're like, They always have some overly dramatic death instead of just dying quickly and being like, ugh. Alright, so now we can actually get the Templar armor. Ugh. But I need to be fair, because this is a playthrough showcasing all the outfits that I can actually access. So I need to make sure that I give the Templar armor its due. Lizzie, what the fuck, Rod? I was just making a point. There's a lot of Templar targets in the Templar Hunt missions who die dramatically. Or I should say, die overly dramatic deaths. Instead of just dying quickly. Alright. Let's get the Templar armor on. Where am I going? This way. Lizzie, well, now it's assassin armor. If you buy a car that a murderer used, do you still want to drive the car? Okay, Edward upgrades outfits. Alright, so this is the Templar armor. Boom. Alright. Templar armor, gained by opening the cage in the Great Anagua hideout using 5 Templar keys. A light and flexible armor that offers increased resistance to enemy attacks. When it's daylight in the game, I'll give a little showing of the outfit from different angles and different distances. And have Edward wear it for a little bit. I won't be doing any story stuff for a while in the stream, because I still have to cover the NPC dialogues in Kingston, which will probably take a few hours to do. There's also some things I want to showcase that I haven't yet. Lizzie, well, that was deep. Yeah. I guess it's, you know, a bit of a unbalanced, exaggerated analogy, but I don't know. Like, if I knew that someone had done something while wearing something, I wouldn't want to wear it myself. As in the exact thing, like, you know, obviously clothes are clothes, and if someone wears some clothes that anyone can buy and wear, and they kill someone or do something like that, then obviously, you know, buying that same clothes isn't the same. But if you were literally wearing the clothes of someone that had done something, that's not something I would want to do. But in the context of the game, like, you know, taking something that is from the enemy and using it, you know, I could see that being a thing. But personal preference, it's why I don't like to have Arno wear Shay's outfit or anything like that. Unless there's like a very specific playthrough I'm doing. Like next year I'll be doing a 10th anniversary playthrough of Unity. And I want to do the same thing that I've done with this game, where I've done outfit showcase. Kenway, John Wick soundtracks are bangers. Randomly came up on YouTube. Oh, they really are. I haven't even seen all the movies, but John Wick 4, there was something really, really cool. I can't remember the name of the song, but I've listened to it a few times now. I've only seen the first two. Haven't seen 3 or 4. Lizzie, you wonder who that Templar was? That's a good question, because the first key that you get is from Julian Ducasse, a Templar who you meet early in the story. But the other keys are held by other Templars. So I wonder why they split the keys up in the first place. Because you would think that if there were 5 Templar keys to unlock a Templar armor, that the Templars who have the keys would want to work together and, you know... So I don't know why they would want to separate them, if only to keep them out of the hands of assassins, but yeah. Don't know who that Templar was. Okay, I think it's light enough in the game to show the outfit. Alright, so I'll try to show it in as best light as I can. The sun's not in a good spot yet. When it rises a bit higher. This will be better. The flickering of the fire. Lizzie, someone the Templars or whoever was living at that mansion didn't like? Quite possibly. But yeah, I'd be interested to know what the thought process was behind it, if any. Maybe they just thought, let's have a Templar armor that people can unlock. Nice, the fire went out. Alrighty then, so that's focusing on the outfit for a little bit, and now I'll have Edward wear it for a little bit of the stream, just to give it a fair showcasing like I have with the other outfits. Alright, now to collect on the Kenway Fleet missions, and see if there's any other ones that I need to send ships away on that will unlock other regions in it. Alright, so this ship has 8 minutes left on it. Now to check to see if there's any other locations that I need to unlock in Kenway's fleet. Alright, so the Poet, that's the one that's going to be unlocked in a few minutes, and that unlocks Marseille as a place. Alright, so we need to wait for that mission that's got a few minutes left on it to actually happen. While I'm waiting for that, let's actually go and do some things. So I've already done boarding the ship and taking the ship and showing that, because there's different animation, like there's different cutscenes for what you choose to do. So repairing your ship has one animation, has one cutscene that happens. Sending a ship that you've taken over to the Kenway fleet will have another cutscene, and then there's another cutscene for reducing the notoriety. Now I'm pretty sure I may have done that at some point, but just to cover all the bases and make sure I am actually doing it and showing it, we're going to basically show each outcome in the cutscene in full without skipping the cutscene. First, let's get some wanted stuff happening. Oh, I already do. That's good.
Hey boys! Oh, don't just hear the old man say.
Alright, so we're going to take over this ship and just repair our own ship. And I'm going to let the cutscene play out for that.
Mortars there! Brace for impact! Press your bones, we're coming to fire! Taking a hit, Captain! Fire! Right, boss, we can, sir! They're trying to flee! Slow them down with 10 fire! Fire! Forward, slows, take the shot, sir! Awaited. Yo, heave-ho! Heave! Heave!
Actually, change of plans. I'm going to send this ship to the Kenway fleet and watch the cutscene without skipping it for that outcome.
Any who set foot here, die! Not one of the squad sets foot on our deck!
Alright, so we're going to send this ship to the Kenway fleet, and we're going to watch the cutscene without skipping it to show what it looks like when you actually do that. Alright, now I know I've for sure covered that. Just for the sake of consistency, we'll also cover the other two cutscenes for the other two choices.
Fire! Fire! Incoming fire! On your mark, Captain! We're ready, sir! Yes, sir! Good shot to crippler! Do we board now, sir? Fire! Fire! Keep off of those men! Fire! Enemy fire! Ready to fire, Captain! Fire! Reloading! Take the prize! Concentrate on the task to that doom!
Alright, so for this ship, we'll just repair our own ship and let the cutscene play out.
Not one of the swarms that's put on our decks! Any who set foot here, die!
Alright, so we'll repair the ship and watch the cutscene for that. And we've got 10,000 reals for that. And that mission succeeded now. Alright, so now I'm going to show the cutscene for choosing to lower your wanted level.
Reel them in, me trucks! Not one of the swamps that's put on our decks!
And this is the cutscene for when you lower your wanted level.
Join us, or die. We have looted some goods useful for upgrading the ship, sir.
Alright, just need to make a new category in my Word document So cutscenes shown. Alright, so repairing jackdaw, lowering wanted level, and sending to Kenway Fleet. Now let's go below. That Kenway Fleet mission is finished. The one I was waiting on that would unlock Marseille as another location. And this is the newly captured ship, so we'll add it to the fleet. That's that mission done. Alright, so let's go through until we see any other messages that pop up telling me that there's another location that can be unlocked. Alright, Marseille was unlocked. Let's see if there's any other places that I can unlock by doing certain missions. Alright, doesn't seem to be... Ah, there we go. Unlock all Kenway's fleet destinations. Now I know for sure that I have. Alright, so I still want to make use of the Kenway fleet. Hang on, I just want to double check something. I think it was simulation, was it? No. Alright, unlock all Kenway fleet destinations is done. Doesn't say anything about all items gotten from doing them. Okay, so what I might do is look up AC Black Flag, Kenway Fleet, rewards. Below is the full list for all 42 items that are unlocked via the fleet. 35 hideout items, 3 jackdaw upgrades, 3 treasure maps, and 1 new outfit for Edward. If these missions don't appear on the naval map, then you'll need to complete other missions. Hang on. Via the... Alright, let's have a closer look. Let's have a look-see. Gulf of Mexico, jar with 4 faces, and the chalice. So the general store, Fortune's flavor gives us the chalice, and I've gotten those. Southern British colonies, the cast cupboard and the bracelet, I've gotten those. Eastern British colonies, joined armchair with cushion, I've got that. The empty cellar is a treasure map. I know that I've got the clock from New Partners and the silver 2-handed bowl from Emerging Opportunities. Just need to see my treasure maps to see if I've gotten the actual one. But I can't access treasure maps inside the cabin. Just have to exit out. Alright, so the coordinates are 679381. Here we go, 679381. Alright, so I've done that Kenway Fleet mission to get that reward. Okay, so I know that I've gotten the commode from Promises to Keep in the Eastern Canada ones. Okay, so alright, so what I'm better off doing actually is going into the database to check that stuff. Alright, there's another treasure map that I got the numbers for. 50244. Okay, so I've gotten that one. Database entries. There'll be some more ones in the people category, but that'll just be people that I don't have to read in this phase. Yeah, like Lucia Marquez. Alright, art collection. No, it's not art collection. It is art collection. Alright, the commode, I've definitely unlocked that. Diamond sales, I have to check that. I've gotten the map. British silver teapot. I don't have the British silver teapot. A beaver pelt, I've gotten that. Alright, so I haven't gotten the British silver teapot. Want to check diamond sales. See if we unlock that. We have. Alright, cool. Alright, British silver teapot. The Eastern Canada missions and the Lost Expedition 1. Alright, I don't know for sure if I have or not, but let's actually do that. So let's reduce the route danger for this first. Alright, so that is safe now. Okay, so let's send the ship away on the Lost Expedition 1. I don't know for sure if the British silver teapot is different to the other silver teapot that we've gotten. But I want to cover my bases. Alright, so that will actually take 7 hours and 14 minutes of real time to do. Alright, so let's look at other things now. Alright, so Homeward Bound gave us the Royal Fortune figurehead. I'll just see if I've already unlocked that. The Royal Fortune's figurehead. Alright, so I haven't actually done that yet. English ship in action with Barbary vessels. That's part of the art collection. I'm pretty sure I've got that. Yep, an English ship in action with Barbary vessels. A new cathedral, Merry Company. Merry Company must be the name of a thing. Like a painting. So I don't have that. Alright. Shera's 1700 globe. Definitely don't have that. The burning of the Royal James at the Battle of Sol Bay. I've got that painting. And the Oba, I've gotten that. Alright, so I need to get the Royal Fortune figurehead, Merry Company, Homeward Bound, a new cathedral, and Great Plague. Northwest Europe. Homeward bound. Alright, so let's reduce the route danger. Alright, so let's send ships away on homeward bound. A new cathedral. Alright, that'll be 24 hours of real time. This one will take. And a Great Plague, or the Great Plague. Alright, so we'll send that one away. Now, the Bay of Biscay. Okay, the cabinet. Gotten that. Statue of Saint Adrian. Pretty sure I've gotten that too. Might be up here in the paintings. I was pretty sure that I had that. Ah, here we go. Wooden tomb statue of Saint Adrian. Alright. Saint Jerome as Cardinal. I've gotten that one. Harbour scene at sunset. Harbour scene at sunset. Saint Jerome as Cardinal. Harbour scene at sunset. Violoncello. I don't think I've gotten that. No. Unless it's a painting. No. Alright. So that was in the Bay of Biscay. And Successful Atlantic. Hmm, 98% chance of odds of success. There we go. I like that. We repaired the ship, but it reduced the odds of success by repairing the ship. That doesn't make sense, game. I can drop a few fire barrels, though. Hey, Zerul. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Welcome to you and your raiders. How was your stream of Gun? How did you enjoy it? I hope it was a good one. I'm just covering some Kenway Fleet missions to get some items and setting up some missions and all that kind of stuff. Just had to reduce the danger level of that route. And Successful Atlantic was the mission that I needed to set up to get an item, but it'll be 24 hours of real time until that actually becomes available. Oh, well, it's been reduced to 10 hours and 50 minutes of real time. Lynn, thank you so much for the follow. Zerula was a good one, though the game might have crashed, not auto-saved, and you might or might not have needed a playthrough video to see the last mission of it. Oh no. I hate when technical issues like that just happen. I had that happen recently. The last stream that I did, I wanted to do more before ending, but the game crashed, and streaming from the PlayStation means that the stream stops automatically, and instead of just doing like a 20-minute stream to finish off what I intended, I figured I may as well just let it go and then wait until today and get it done in this stream. Because I thought, I don't want people who are watching the VOD to have to watch this big, massive, hours-long video and then have to watch a 20-minute one just to get the rest of it. So I figured I may as well just wait, and then I can incorporate what I wanted to get done in this stream and continue on. But yeah, it's very annoying when stuff like that happens, and when you don't have when you don't know if autosave has worked and all that kind of stuff. Portugal, nymphs by a fountain. I think I've gotten these things, but I just want to double check. So if we go to database and we go to art collection, nymphs by a fountain. Okay, so I've gotten that one. Goa stone container, and I've gotten that one. Alright, so Mediterranean Sea, great reputation 1, you get the officer's outfit. I'm pretty sure I unlocked that. Officer's outfit. Yeah, so I unlocked that by Kenway's Fleet. Veneta Still Life, I'm pretty sure I've gotten that photo, painting, picture, same difference. Art collection, Still Life. Hang on, that might be a different, might actually be an item. Here we go, Veneta Still Life. Treasure map, I'll check that in a moment, but Baroque guitar, I definitely know I've gotten that one already. Wider galley style bell, I've definitely gotten that one. And the Turkin's copper field flask. Don't have that. Alright, so let's exit out of that and let's have a look. Oops, wrong thing. I need to go out of the cabin because you can't access your treasure maps inside the cabin for some reason. Alright, so the coordinates I'm looking for to double check if I've already gotten this is 621277. There we go. Alright, so the only Kenway Fleet mission I need to do that's in the Mediterranean is the A New Medicine quest to get the Turkin's copper field flask. A new medicine. Alright. Oop. Now to reduce the route danger level. HMS Rose took a big hit there, but we'll survive the whole battle. There we go, repaired that fully. Same with these other ones. I've got enough diamonds to do that with. I said this in yesterday's stream, but this Kenway Fleet minigame, it's a better pirate game than Skull and Bones. Because at least it's out and you can play it. I really did have high hopes for Skull and Bones early on, like 10 years ago. Back when it was actually first conceptualized in 2013, not long after this game had come out. I still actually remember them doing a poll, I think it was on Facebook or something, on their Facebook page, asking people to vote whether or not they would like to see an actual pirate game made by them. And here we are. It's almost 2023 at a close and we still haven't gotten Skull and Bones yet. They may as well just cut their losses, just release it as is, because they'll probably have to be patched anyway. So, you know, they're going to get the criticisms about the game being, you know, not ready for release because there'll be, you know, a day 1 patch and then there'll be a day 10 patch and a day 50 patch and a 10-year patch and all this stuff. So they may as well just cut their losses, release the game as it is now, and just take the hit. Harbinger, thank you for contributing points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined. Thank you very much for that. That now brings the total percentage to 16%. There's 11 days left on it. 200,000 points is the goal. And if it is met, I will do a playthrough of Tomb Raider 2013 with a no upgrades and bow only. When I do my bow only challenges, if I use a weapon that isn't a bow outside of a point where the game forces, I have to restart the whole game from the start, even if I just shoot at nothing. If I equip the pistol and shoot at nothing, then I have to restart the whole game. If the points are met, I'll be doing that challenge with the playthrough. If the points aren't met, I'll still be playing Tomb Raider 2013, but it will just be a basic playthrough with no challenges on top and nothing extra special. But if you want to see the challenge playthrough of Tomb Raider 2013, then when that points target is met, as soon as I finish Tomb Raider Underworld, then I'll be able to do that playthrough. So we've gotten that mission on. Lizzie, you would rather wait for a better game. Yeah, I mean, there's some games where I would definitely agree that should be the thing, but they've had 10 years to get this game out. And I think it's beyond any point where they should be given any slack about it. So the drum and the map of the world, I'm pretty sure I've gotten that. Drum, map of the world. Alright, so an old Frenchman, the flight into Egypt. I definitely don't think I have that, or maybe I do. Let's have a look up top. Nope, I don't. Alright. Statue of Saint Libertine, I know for sure I've gotten that one. So that was Cape Verde. Okay, so let's have a look at the other one, Head of an Oba. I've gotten that. Parade Helmet. I've gotten that. Alright, so Trumpet. I've definitely gotten that. Mirror Black. I've definitely gotten that. Yoke Form Vessel. Let's have a look. Yep, I've gotten that. Gilded Wheel. Jackdaw Upgrade. Gilded Wheel. Alright, so I've already unlocked the Gilded Wheel, so I don't have to worry about the South Atlantic or the South Africa. Cape Verde is the one that I need to do. So let's have a look at that in the Kenway fleet. And the flight into Egypt is from the Old Frenchman. Alright, so let's reduce the danger level of the route for this one. Lizzie, you mean you could say that for the next Elder Scrolls game? Yeah, I mean, that's a long time coming as well. But Skull and Bones has been announced and then delayed 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 and then delayed. Whereas the next Elder Scrolls, as far as I'm aware anyway, was just announced with no actual release date given. But yeah, they've had too much time, and you got to think about this too. The money that they would have had to pay the people working on the project would not just be the current people who are working on it. And it wouldn't just be when they're actually actively developing it. Like, you have to pay the concept artists, you have to pay the people who are, like, you know, spearheading the project, who aren't necessarily the ones giving out the money, of course, but they also need to be paid. And you've also got all the people that work on every aspect of the game that have been paid over the 10 years, all combined. And if you look at that and then you think about how much money the game needs to make, it needs to be a massive success. It needs to be... I don't know what's comparable with video games, but they really need a big, massive release and making a lot of money for Skull and Bones, because I imagine all the money that they've spent over the past years on everything, including marketing as well, because they have to pay people that, all that kind of stuff, all that money that's been spent over 10 years, they would have to make back at least before it could be considered an actual success, financially that is. It's like with movies. If you work on a movie and it gets delayed and delayed, the people who get paid for the work that they do still get paid for the work that they do, and then anyone new you bring on then gets paid for the work that they do. They don't give back the money. Like, they don't ring up the concept artist and say, hey, you know that game that you worked on 5 years ago that we paid you for? Yeah, can you pay that money back to us? Because we aren't going to use what you made for us anymore because we're starting from scratch. They wouldn't do that. You know, so the money that they've given to that person who worked on the game years ago, who hasn't worked on it since, they're not going to ask them for their money back that they paid them for the job. That route is safe, and let's go and send a ship on the Old Frenchman mission. And then that should be the only Kenway Fleet missions that I have to do to get all the items from doing them. Alright, so we have a few ships in progress. So this one has 6 hours and 51 minutes of real time. These are all real time, by the way. 6 hours and 51, 11 hours and 38, 23 hours and 39, same for that one, 10 hours and 35, 35 hours and 52 minutes, and 8 hours and 4 minutes. Alright, so that needless to say, they will be taking a while to get done. Okay, something else I want to do, just to make sure I've covered it, is we're going to have Edward, because I've purposely left some locations with a manuscript page there. Any icons that are yellow, it means you've actually gotten everything there. Alright, so there'll be some things in Kingston that I need to collect anyway. So let's go and get this manuscript. I got Edward wearing the Templar armor. I'm going to have him wear it for a little bit of the stream, but not for the whole stream though. Because I'm trying to give every outfit that I can actually access a showcase in this playthrough. You get this by doing all the Templar hunt missions to get all the 5 Templar keys that you need. The main story will give you the first one, but the rest you have to seek out yourself and do the Templar hunt missions associated with them.
Halt! That's a... You're mine!
Great one, game. Character got stuck on the environment and refused to do the kill. No, I don't want the axe. Open the chest. Alright, so that's a manuscript page collected. There's no actual dedicated cutscene for that, but I'll look at that in a moment. Let's see if there's a bottle to get. But I may have gotten all the ones that there are. But maybe if I go somewhere else. Okay, I think this has like a... No, that doesn't have a message in a bottle. This one does. Great Inagua. Here. Harbinger, thanks for redeeming the Bane impression.
Skull and Bones is an upcoming action-adventure video game developed by Ubisoft Singapore and published by Ubisoft. The game revolves around piracy and naval warfare with a fantastical setting during the late 17th century, the peak of the historical golden age of piracy. The game is set to be released during the 2043 to 2044 fiscal year, or not.
That sounds about right. I mean, how hard is it to do an open world, action adventure, exploration, pirate game that has a story, but also has side content that you can do that isn't necessarily related to the story, but just something that you can do to gain loot and stuff? How hard is that to do? Like literally, how hard is that to do? Like imagine a Red Dead Redemption 2 level of game, but a pirate game with the same kind of scope as Red Dead Redemption 2 on the same kind of scale, but it's a pirate game. Have a bit of a mix of realism, as in real historical events that happened during the golden age of piracy, but also some fantasy, ghosts and demons and spirits and, you know, things like that. Mysteries to solve, you know, like in a way where it's not just here's the location, walk here to there, done, next location. But something that is really, really, really interesting and makes you want to explore and spend hours of real time just exploring around. You know, things like that. But nope, They don't want that. And get this right. A pirate game where when you board a ship to take it over, it's just a cutscene you watch. So it's like, attack enemy ship, enemy ship can be boarded, press the button to board, cutscene, done, next. Like, no actual sort of like spectacle, no exciting gameplay of fight the ship, board the ship, you know, cannons firing, pistols being shot, the clash of steel, yelling, you know, swinging across on the rope, you know, all that kind of spectacle where you as the player get to do that. You know, none of that in Skull and Bones at all. Simply deplete enemy energy, deplete enemy's health, watch cutscene, done. And like no sort of like thing where, like, if you want to go to your ship. Now, granted, in this game you can just fast travel to your ship, and there's no cutscene that shows you actually boarding the ship. But in Skull and Bones, whenever you go from your ship to your boat, or from your boat to your ship, or from land to your boat, or from land to your ship, it's just you instantly get teleported there, and then that's it. Like, there's no showing your ship, you know, sliding into port and then you getting off it or anything like that, which, you know, I'm not expecting it to be something that everyone will want to see, but at least make it skippable or have an option in the menu to turn off particular cutscenes, you know, things like that. But yeah, I mean, when I play a pirate game, I want to have that sense of excitement and spectacle about certain processes of boarding a ship. And that's one of the things that I like about Black Flag when you're boarding the ship, is there is that spectacle. There is all that. It's not just, you know, this every time where you just appear on your ship, you know, like... I'm actually surprised that no other company has been like, right, if you're not going to release a epic, massive open world pirate game, how about we do it, you know, like... Because that's what happened with Silent Hills versus Resident Evil 7. Silent Hills was, you know, going for a certain thing, and then they cancelled it, and Capcom was like, fine, we'll do a first-person horror game then. If you're not going to do yours. I know it's not everyone's, you know, thing, Resident Evil 7, but it definitely gave the franchise a boost. But that's the thing, that's the good thing about having competition, is it makes other people strive to try and do better. And in the long run, the people who end up being rewarded for that is the people who pay money to buy the game and to be able to experience. If they don't get one thing out of something from one company, if another company is providing an alternative and they end up getting out of that game and that company what they want, then that's something that the other company then has to go, right, where did we go wrong? So that when we do our next project, we take those lessons into consideration and actually learn from them and try and do better. Here we go. I don't know if I've actually just shown the cutscene on stream for this playthrough of the message in a bottle thing, but I just want to cover all my bases to make sure. Alright, so that's the message in a bottle. Now what I want to do is a cavern, because I haven't done one of these locations yet in this playthrough. So we'll fast travel to this fort, and then we'll travel to that location I've marked.
Get them in! Oh, do me, Johnny Boker, come rock and roll.
It is time to go. There was a ship down Cuba with a load of sugar. Way boys to Cuba. Make her run, you lime to squeeze us. Running down to Cuba. Way boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Oh, I got a sister, she's 9 feet tall. Way boys to Cuba. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Running down to Cuba. Way boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. The captain, he will trim the sails. Way boys to Cuba. Winging the water over the rails. Running down to Cuba. Way boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Give me a gal can dance fandango. Way boys to Cuba. Round as a melon and sweet as a mango. Running down to Cuba. Way boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba. Load the sugar and homeward go. Way boys to Cuba. Mr. Mate, he told me so. Running down to Cuba. Way boys to Cuba. Running down to Cuba.
Douse off at mains! Ease off the wind! Crowd it all on!
We ride the wind for all she's worth.
I'll have to bring up more pitch.
We're sailing straight for land, sir! Douse the royals and tops!
Muzzle that duck, my trumps.
Cannons in the water!
Fire! Steady your breathing.
Never complete died in a place like this. I stood up in Dublin as a young lad, ready to die for my family.
Alright, I want to see if I can get some enemy dialogue in one of these caverns as well, because there might be unique dialogue that only happens in caverns, smugglers' dens like this.
I'd rather die for silver. Makes for a grander funeral. I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral. I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral. I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral. I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral.
Don't drop it now. It's worth more than your life. Move it, lads. Faster, come on. We don't have all day. Put your back into it, you ninnies. Steady with that one, Jones. You'll blow us all up. Don't drop it now. It's worth more than your life. Move it, lads. Faster, come on. We don't have all day. Put your back into it, you ninnies. Steady with that one, Jones. You'll blow us all up.
Alright, so we got a bit of dialogue there from that smuggler's den. I'd rather die for silver, it makes for a grander funeral. Don't drop it now, it's worth more than your life. Move it, lads. Faster, come on, we don't have all day. Put your back into it, you ninnies. Steady with that one, Jones, you'll blow us all up.
Fortune's favor.
Alright, so let's get the treasure that's here. Alright, so we got the Elite Heavy Shot. I'm not getting all the buried chests in this playthrough, just the ones that give me plans to upgrade the final aspects of each ship element, so I can read the information on it. and I want to do at least one legendary ship and showcase taking on a legendary ship. Before I leave this area, let's actually have a showcase of the actual area now that there's no enemies and I've collected what I want to collect. I won't be doing this with every single location on the entire map, just very specific places and types of places. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Cannons in a cave is not a recipe for disaster at all. Definitely not. Not one bit. Nothing could possibly go wrong at all with those elements. Alright, and there we go. That's inside one of the smugglers' dens. What I want to do though, fast travel back to the ship. Release. Quit to menu and then go back in. See if those enemies can respawn so I can grab the dialogue from them. I've already gotten some dialogue from a couple of the enemies in there, but not potentially others. So I just need to double check while I'm in here.
Trim us off the wind! Ahoy aloft! Bring it all in!
Think on that.
Ready, aim, fire! Take aim, fire! Steady your aim, man. Thank your stars, these targets don't shoot back. Grant you, fool, try opening your bloody eyes.
strong! Don't let the rifle push you around! Miss a shot out there, and you'll be worm meat. Think on that. Ready, aim, fire! Take aim, fire! Steady your aim, man. Thank your stars, these targets don't shoot back. Grant you, fool, try opening your bloody eyes. Stand strong, don't let the rifle push you around. Miss a shot out there, and you'll be worm meat. Think on that. Ready, aim, fire! Take aim, fire!
Alright, so the dialogues that we got there, I'm not necessarily taking note of every single word and typing it out in my document, but the main gist of stuff. So, just then we got ready, aim, fire, take aim, fire, steady your aim, man. Thank your stars these targets don't shoot back. Try opening your bloody eyes. Stand strong, don't let the rifle push you around. Miss a shot out there and you'll be worm meat. Think on that.
Steady your aim, man. Thank your stars, these targets don't shoot back. Grant you, fool, try opening your bloody eyes. Stand strong, don't let the rifle push you around.
I will maybe explain your senses. I've seen better
Miss
men
a
than
shot
you
out
set
there.
off a barrel.
You'll be
One flicker of scorched tobacco, you're naught but jetsam.
Ready, aim, fire!
Keep your breeches on, Dave.
Take aim,
I know my way around
fire!
the been handling it all my life. You've been smoking again. Throw us all skyward.
Knock these guys out so that their dialogue isn't competing with this other dialogue that I now want to hear.
Keep your breeches on, Gravesy. I know my way around gunpowder. Been handling it. You've been smoking again, haven't I? You'll blow us all skyward, you daft bugger. I will maybe exploited your senses. I've seen better men than you set off a barrel. One flicker of scorched tobacco, and you're naught but jetsam. Keep your breeches on, Gravesy. I know my way around gunpowder. Been handling it. You've been smoking again, haven't I? You'll blow us all skyward, you daft bugger. I will maybe exploited your senses. I've seen better men than you set off a barrel. One flicker of scorched tobacco, and you're naught but jetsam. Keep your breath.
Alright, so I don't have every single word jotted down, but we got basically the dialogue there of them saying, keep your breeches on, I know my way around gunpowder, I've seen better men than you, ... naught but jetsam, you've been smoking again, you'll blow us up, you daft bugger. So I've gotten that. Hey there, Tylian, good morning, dude. Welcome on in, I hope your weekend's going well.
You've been smoking again. You'll blow.
Never conceived I'd end up in a place like this. I set off from Dublin a young lad, ready to die for my family. Never conceived I'd end up in a place like this. I set off from Dublin a young lad, ready to die for my family. Never conceived I'd end up in a place like this. I set off from Dublin a young lad, ready to die for my family.
I'd rather die for silver. Makes for a grander
Alright, so we heard his new dialogue, but these other characters, we've already covered their dialogue.
I'd rather die for silver. It makes for a grander funeral.
Put your back into it, you ninnies.
Put your back into it, you ninnies. I love that. Alright, so we've covered that dialogue. Alright, so that's all the dialogue covered in the Petite Caverns. I don't know if every smuggler's den has unique dialogue, but I want to actually double check on that just to be sure. So we'll definitely do other smugglers' dens just in case there's unique dialogue for each one. Carlin, it is, thanks. Another work night done. So now you're back with that coffee. You know how it be. How's you and the flag that is black during this fine morning? I'm glad to hear that, Talion. I hope your shift went well. It's always good to be able to get that done and then be able to chill out and enjoy your coffee as well. I'm going good. I'm having a good weekend. Things are going well. We're in spring here at the moment and it's been cold-ish, but now it's hot. So it's been a bit of a shift. But I'm keeping cool though. And Black Flag's doing well. I unlocked the Templar outfit, have been showing it off for a little bit. Gonna have Edward keep wearing it for a little bit more. Just covering some things, just in case I didn't. Certain cutscenes after doing certain things. Went to that smuggler's den, got the dialogue there. Still very early in the story, but that's on purpose because this playthrough has a lot of other things that I'm doing, so a lot of time spent gathering dialogue from NPCs and looking at different environments and all that kind of stuff. Alright, so we have deer as wildlife, howler monkey, iguana, I've already covered that. What I might do, a good way to double check, is to go into a store and just see buying the pelts and skins of animals and just see how many animal types there are so I can cross-check it against my list that I've been keeping.
Be most welcome, mon ami.
Need to cover these dialogues too. Let's call it Merchant merchants.
Welcome! Do come in! Be most welcome, mon ami. Ah, bonjour. How are you, my friend?
Italian, damn, it's currently 2 degrees Celsius here, but nice, always a fun time. By the way, where does the latest AC fall into your list of favourite AC games? Yeah, I would definitely not mind the temperature being that over here.
Welcome! Do come in!
Okay, so I think I've covered all the dialogue from this merchant. There might be different greetings for different merchants in terms of, like, you know, he's French, so he's got certain dialogues that he says differently to someone who might just be English. So with Mirage, I don't really have it anywhere in my, like, top favorites or anything like that, so it's definitely not above AC2, Black Flag, or Origins. I would say it's probably one of the middle games, maybe, that I think are good. But yeah, it doesn't reach the height of Assassin's Creed 2 or Black Flag or Origins or Unity or Assassin's Creed Brotherhood or Revelations, anything like that. It's definitely better than Rogue, that's for sure. It's better than Odyssey. It's probably level with Valhalla in a little bit of a way, maybe, but then there's also Origins, which is the best. For me, Origins is still the best game that has come out of the last batch since its release. Nothing's topped Origins for me yet. Harbinger, Uncle, I like this merchant. That would be a good funny thing. Harbinger better than Odyssey? Absolutely. Yep, Mirage is definitely a better game than Odyssey. It's got a better story, it's written better, it's more concise, and at least it doesn't mess around too much with the lore of the series before it. Darling, that's fair. If you could, how would you improve it or make it better? So to improve it from a gameplay perspective, basically throw out the game engine that they've been using since Unity in 2014 and start from scratch with a brand new one that is actually, you know, much better parkour and more advanced and stuff like that. Story-wise, probably drop the whole idea of not answering too many questions and leaving more questions unanswered. Like, if they do another game with Basim, don't hold back on everything that is related to him and his realization that he actually is Loki reborn. You know, like, don't shy away from it. Don't try and hide anything about it. You know, just treat it as if every single person who plays the series knows already about it. Because Mirage has that balance of trying to make sure it doesn't necessarily spoil straight away Basim's ultimate destiny that we see in Valhalla, you know, while trying to still appease people who already know. So I think if they do another game with Basim, don't hold back on unveiling everything about him and his realization about him being Loki reborn. Harbinger, you mentioned only the story. Mirage literally added nothing new apart from a fucked up ending. Well, the thing is, Harbinger, the gameplay in Mirage, because it's more assassin-centric, that's the reason why I think it's better than Odyssey as well. Stanley Bazem is Loki. He sure is. He definitely is. But yeah, Odyssey's on the lower rung of Assassin's Creed games. But it's slightly above Rogue, only because there's things about Odyssey's story that I actually do like, whereas with Rogues there's nothing I like about the story. Okay, so what I was going to do is look at buying hunting goods. Alright, so rabbit pelt. I think I've shown hunting that. Capuchin monkey pelt, I think I've shown hunting that. Hushia, I've shown hunting that. Iguana, same thing. Howler monkey, I've done that. Ocelot pelt, same thing. Deer hide, yep. Wild pig hide, yep. Crocodile leather, I think I have, yeah. Hammerhead shark bone, I definitely have. Jaguar pelt, I have. Great white shark, I have. Bull shark, I have. Black jaguar, I have. Killer whale, I have. Humpback whale, I have. Red howler monkey, I have. White jaguar pelt, I have. And white whale. Alright, so I've shown off all the different
Good day, sir.
animals to hunt off. Ah, shit, I forgot to get dialogue from that. Harbinger, that's subjective. According to critics and players, Odyssey is much better. Well, according to me, and my experience, Odyssey is not as good as Mirage. But definitely it's subjective, Harbinger. There's nothing on this planet that can't be subjectively described by people. Even the most objective person has some subjective elements that are making up their opinion as well. And if 99% of the world, if I'm the 1% of the world that thinks differently, then I don't care if the rest of the world thinks the other way.
Pas de souci. Next time. Eh bien, good day, sir. Pas de souci. Next time. Excellent. Merci, mon ami. A pleasure. Vraiment.
Alright, so he didn't have any dialogue for me buying a pelt. How about selling one? Nope. Not even for selling one. It's like, let's sell cargo again.
A pleasure. Vraiment.
Alright, so that's enough of what he's doing. Harbinger, according to... Oh, sorry, I already read that. Half of the AC games have you do nothing that is true to the creed, and then in the final 2 hours, the main character has a revelation and comes to his senses. Pirating and digging up treasures has nothing to do with the creed. So let me ask you something, Harbinger, about this game specifically. What about it does not match with the Assassins themselves as a group? And what doesn't match with the Templars as a group about this game and the story? Granted, you're playing as a pirate from the start of the game to the end. but we know that Edward becomes an assassin. We have assassin characters in the game, like Mary Read, who is trying to teach Edward the ways of the assassins, maybe not 100% directly, but is trying to impart wisdom on Edward because she sees in him something that he may not know himself and that others might not see. But there's something about Edward that she sees and believes in, and that's why she doesn't want to do things like kill him because of what he's done. You know what I mean? Just because it has assassins in it, it doesn't mean it's a true AC game. So in that sense then, what would be a true AC game to you? What are the elements that should not be in an Assassin's Creed game? What are the locations that shouldn't be? What are the time periods that shouldn't be? What are the clothes that shouldn't be? What are the weapons that shouldn't be in an Assassin's Creed game? Tylen, just don't be a pirate. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole thing with Black Flag is it's trying to show the Assassin and Templar conflict through the eyes of someone who didn't even know they existed. And doing things from that perspective means that Edward isn't straight away going, you know what, I'm going to join the Assassins. Or, you know what, I'm going to join the Templars. His only aim is to get money. If that means working with the Assassins to get money, he'll do it. The Templars to get money, he'll do it. A thief to get money, he'll do it. A murderer to get money, he'll do it. You know, the whole point of his character is the perspective change and shift. He sees things from both sides of the conflict from an outsider's perspective and becomes an internal participant in those two, in the conflict between the Assassins and the Templars. And through that, he realizes something. And the realization that he realizes is, I've been going about things the wrong way, and people have been hurt, and I've lost people because of it. And through that new understanding, he is more open to the Assassins, because he's seen both sides. And because he is open to the Assassins, and because he's seen what the Templars are like firsthand, from that understanding, he decides to become an assassin. And the whole story arc is about Edward going from that carefree pirate into the humble, wanting to learn, wanting to do better path to becoming an assassin, which he eventually becomes as well. Hey there, Busted. SOS Edward when he sees money. That's it. Exactly. That's his only aim, you know. But it's true, just having assassins in a game in Assassin's Creed does not make it a true Assassin's Creed game, but there is more to being an Assassin's Creed game than only having assassins and Templars in it. There's other elements as well to consider, especially about the Creed itself. And the representation in the story of the Creed is Mary Read, because Mary Read is the one that Edward probably has the most interactions with, who is actually an assassin, out of all the other assassins in the story that he actually gets to, that he works with. And being an assassin in the Assassin's Creed series is more than just have a hidden blade and wear this outfit. There's a philosophy, there's a belief system, there's a internal struggle that has to be overcome, but never is entirely, in order to be an assassin. And that's where the contradictions to the Creed come into play. For if nothing is true, then why believe in anything? And if everything is permitted, then why not chase every desire? Because if everything is permitted, surely that means you can go up to someone and kill them and take their shit. and it's okay because everything's permitted, right? No. It needs and requires another understanding, not a literal one, but one that has wisdom behind it. The creed does not command the assassins to be free, it commands them to be wise. Yet freedom is one of the things that the assassins fight for. So if freedom is one of the things that the assassins fight for, but the assassins are not, the creed is not meant to be followed to be free, but to be wise, does that mean that they're hypocritical? Hypocrisy is a part of life. Contradictions are a part of life. Life is complex. Humans are complex. Life is complex. The world is complex. And it's these complexities that the assassins are trying to be able to understand and fight for. And there's going to be things where it's like, okay, so you kill someone who's a Templar. What if they had a family and their family isn't a Templar? You've killed the Templar. Now their family is destitute. Does that mean that it was bad to kill the Templar, therefore you are a bad assassin for doing so? No. But does it make it alright that the family, who had nothing to do with the Templars, has to suffer? Of course not. You know, so there's different aspects and elements of things. But yeah, the creed is more than just words, and being an assassin is more than just having a hidden blade and wearing an outfit. There's a whole philosophy behind both, and a commitment that needs to be made. And Bartholomew Roberts in this game presents another perspective of basically why even have a creed if there's things that can sway people away from it, whether it be money, whether it be fame, or anything else. How many people have sworn that they will dedicate themselves to doing something, but then they renege on that because something else comes along that they feel is worth more than that, and they give up on that, you know? It's like, I'm going to dedicate to do this. And then someone's like, what if I pay you money not to? Oh, cool. You know? But yeah, there's definitely more to being an assassin than having a hidden blade and an outfit. There's more to the creed than just words. And there's more to an Assassin's Creed game than just having the outfit and the hidden blade. There's also other elements, and this game actually has them. It may not be 100% be about assassins as in there's nothing else. You're not a pirate, you're only an assassin. But there's more to it than just that.
Get them aloft! Douse all sail!
So that was the merchant there. Let's go somewhere where potentially there could be an English merchant. I don't know specifically where, but we'll just try different locations. Havana won't be, but maybe there's some merchants that... Actually, I think there are some merchants that speak English or have an English accent that we might get different dialogue from.
Hasta otra vez.
Alright, I don't understand Spanish, but I'll just put that I've actually heard a merchant speak in Spanish.
Seguro que para la próxima vez. Hasta otra vez. Le deseo lo mejor, señor. Que la fortuna le guíe.
Alright, so I've covered a Spanish-speaking merchant. Let's go and try a different store. So we've had a French merchant, a Spanish merchant.
Quizás más tarde.
Bueno, eso dije. Pero cuando fui a la tienda...
Sea bienvenido, señor. Bien, hasta otra. Bien, hasta otra. Gracias. Vaya con Dios.
Ah, la llamada del comercio. Si no lo tengo, no lo tengo, ¿verdad? Si no lo tengo, no lo tengo, ¿verdad? Gracias por el trato. Hecho. Vuelva cuando quiera.
Alright, so I haven't found... But I don't understand Spanish, but I could recognize that there were different bits of Spanish that hadn't been said yet by a merchant.
¿Qué le trae por aquí, capitán? Si me necesita, estaré por aquí. ¿En qué puedo ayudarlo hoy? Vuelva cuando quiera. ¿Necesita algo? Si me necesita, estaré por aquí. ¿Qué le trae por aquí, capitán? Seguro que será provechoso para los dos. ¿En qué puedo ayudarlo hoy? Que el destino le sonría, capitán.
Pero los taberneros han avalado.
Bienvenido, adelante. En otro momento, no hay prisa. Quizás más tarde. En otro momento, no hay prisa. Gracias. Vuelva cuando quiera.
Alright, just to showcase it, I don't know if I have or not, but let's save these pirates.
Llegó a nuestra cocina.
I do not know who you seek, but by all that is holy, it is not me. Captain Kenway, just in time. I'll see you back aboard.
¡Está muerto!
Puede atacar a alguien y que...
Alright, so I've tried a lot of different merchants and stuff. Still haven't come across any that speak another language or have a different accent from a different location.
También me ofrezco para fiesta.
Mataron a 5. ¿Cómo no? Parece su intención. Lástima. Hasta la próxima. Si no lo tengo, no lo tengo, ¿verdad?
Ah, there's a goat. I can't remember if I've pet a goat or not, but let's do that just to cover it. So we've pet a cat, we've pet a dog, we've pet a cow, and we've pet a goat. And a parrot. We've fed a parrot.
Seguro que para la próxima vez. ¿Necesita algo?
Alright, so let's try a different location. Let's go to Kingston. Check out some of the merchants there to see if we can get any merchants speaking in either a different language other than Spanish or with a different accent other than French.
Do you require my services?
Here we go. Alright. Do you require my services?
Later, no doubt.
Later, no doubt.
Something I can help you with?
Something I can help you with?
As you wish.
As you wish. Another one?
Can I help you?
Can I help you?
Later, no doubt. Can I help you? Later, no doubt. Something I can help you with?
Alright, so now we can sell some stuff and get his dialogue. Hey, Tech. You just got back from a night out with the boys. What did you miss? Well, I hope you had a great time, Tech. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Hope it all went well. Hope you had a great time. So we've been going through and covering dialogues from enemies in places like caverns, smuggler dens. At least one. There might be unique dialogue for different smuggler dens, so I need to cover that. Also got the Templar armor, so I've been showing that off for a little bit. Did all the Templar hunts to get it and all that kind of stuff, but haven't done any more story progression. But it's been going well, getting a lot of stuff done. And Tech, thank you so much for contributing points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined. So with that playthrough, what will happen is I have to play through the game, and the only weapon that I can actually use, unless the game forces me to, is the bow. And I mean literally can't use unless the game forces me to. If I was to equip the pistol and just shoot at nothing, I would have to restart the whole game. So I'm not allowed to use any weapons other than the bow, except in cases where the game forces having to use it. And I can't get any upgrades at all, unless the game wants me to get an upgrade. And if it does, then I have to get an upgrade that's not going to give me any kind of advantage. If the points target isn't met, I won't do that type of playthrough. I'll just play through the game normally, just doing a story run and not doing anything special. But if the goal is met, then I'll do those 2 challenges in one. And Tylian, thank you so much for contributing more points to that challenge as well. Thank you so much. Tylian, thanks for the reminder. Thank you so much for doing the contribution. I felt like playing, like even though I've done multiple playthroughs this year already to celebrate its 10th anniversary, I think I've done like 5 playthroughs of that game already this year, but I felt like playing the game, and I figured, you know what? If people really, really want me to do a challenge with that game, then I'll set up the points for it. And I thought, what challenge haven't I done? Well, I haven't done both of those together. I've done each one separately, but not all together in one playthrough. So I figured, hey, I'll make that another community points thing, because this year I wanted to do those, because I hadn't done any of that ever since they were introduced. I've never actually done them until this year. So I thought I'd take that opportunity to set up another one as well. But I figure, hey, I'm going to play the game anyway, but if people want to see me play it with that challenge, then I'll set it up as a points challenge to meet. Otherwise, I'll just play through the game normally. Lizzie, thank you very much for contributing more points to that challenge as well. Tech, if you'd let me use all your points, you'd cover it, lol. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like, I know that there's a lot of viewers that really like to use channel points that have over 500,000 of them to use. But there's just some things where I'm like, I want it to be a bit fairer. So I figured for this instance, it'd be good to do it as a community challenge. That way people who, you know, maybe don't have heaps of points might still want to, you know, feel like they want to contribute. And, you know, even if it's like 5 points, you know, it's all appreciated. So I thought that would make it a bit fairer. Because if I just say, hey, this costs 300,000 channel points, there's probably a lot of people that can just go, yep, done instantly. Thank you, Lizzie. Lizzie Suffer. Yeah, I mean, I don't have it, like after I finish Tomb Raider Underworld, I've got no other Tomb Raider games that I have to get done before the year ends. So if that playthrough takes a long time, it doesn't matter, because I've got time up my sleeve for it then.
As you wish. Do you require my services?
No.
My thanks. Something I can help you with?
Alright, since I've already gotten the elite plan for it, I may as well use this opportunity to buy it and then get the dialogue, but also read this. Alright, so the elite heavy shot storage. I now have the ability to have gigantic amount of heavy shots. And that's now all that. Now to get the dialogue from the merchant from buying something.
Excellent. Good day. Can I help you? My thanks. Do you require my services? Excellent. Good day.
Alright, so we've covered that ship merchant. Now let's see if we can find a merchant for other stuff that speaks English and with an English accent.
Buongiorno. How are you, my friend?
Alright, so we've already covered another French person speaking who's a merchant.
Might have been his own slave stock what did for him.
Thanks for the GGs, Tech.
Return. I'll fain be garnished of fitter stock.
I don't know everything that he said, so I'll just mark that down as the word return.
Alas, abundance is such things one cannot ever keep. Return. I'll fain be garnished of fitter stock.
And fitter stock. I could understand that, but not the in-between the return and fitter stock dialogue.
Alas, abundance is such things one cannot ever keep. Return. I'll fain be garnished of fitter stock. Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
Alright, so he doesn't say anything for buying hunting goods. Let's see what he says from selling them.
My thanks. 'Tis much to my mind.
They'll be a welcome treat regardless of where they came from.
It's not Christian.
It's not Christian! Alright, so let's sell another hunting good just to see if there's any different thing he says.
Lighted upon a bargain, I'll warrant.
Yes, the man wants energy for the work.
Alright, so I've now covered that. Let's see, so there is actually a German-speaking merchant. But I don't know if it's actually a merchant you can buy from, or if it's just a merchant who you can't buy from, but is also a merchant who's just saying stuff.
This knobs off his topper if he thinks...
Come and see the treasures I have on offer.
Alright, I'll cover that momentarily, because I do need to cover a lot of dialogue in Kingston, other than just the merchant stuff. How about we... yeah, I'll worry about that for later. Actually, let's chase this dude and get as much dialogue from him as possible without actually catching him. But he's disappeared now. I didn't want to talk over his dialogue, that's why I didn't run straight away. And in that time, he's run off and disappeared.
Did you bleeding hear me? Gotta move. Hey. What's he on about?
Alright, trying to trigger another thief to chase, so I can get dialogue from them.
These prices.
No need to get your drunken asses into trouble.
There'll be some NPC dialogue that is the same no matter where you are in the game, but I've also found that there's some different dialogue that can happen even from the same group types from one place to the next. And I've covered so much dialogue already that there's a lot of dialogue that I instantly know I've already heard before. I would definitely say that there is over 100 instances that I've catalogued in this playthrough already of different dialogues from various group types, from various locations, and through various means. It won't be a 100% comprehensive covering of all the dialogue, because there's also dialogue in story stuff like the Templar hunts that I haven't actually covered. However, I'm leaving that for Phase 6, which will be the final phase of celebrating the game's 10th anniversary. And in that phase, I'll be having the music completely turned off to make sure that the dialogue is the most prominent sound. Which I'll admit is going to feel weird playing this game without any music at all. But because it's something that will only be for a special occasion, and I've already done so many playthroughs of this game this year and in the years before where I haven't done that, so doing that will also be a fresh sort of way for me to experience the game, and maybe for others too as well. Because sometimes music can distract from the dialogue, and sometimes dialogue and sound effects can distract from the music. Because there might be little bits and pieces of the music that get covered up by the audio of the dialogue or the sound effects. And in phase 2 of this playthrough series, I actually had a music only. So I've covered music only on its own in both this game and the Freedom Cry DLC as well. This phase will also include the Freedom Cry DLC as well as phase 6 also. Because for me, Freedom Cry is just as important as to this game as the game itself is. Because Adewale is such a great character, and it's such a great continuation of his character from what we see of him in this game and where he leaves off, i.e. becoming an assassin. I think there was only one phase where I didn't do a Freedom Cry run, and that was probably the pirate focus, because I wanted to focus more on the pirate stuff. Phase 1 was pretty much a standard playthrough, and I did Freedom Cry for that. Music only, I also did Freedom Cry for that. Pirate focus, didn't do Freedom Cry for that. Assassin focus phase, which was phase 4, I did the Freedom Cry DLC for that. Phase 5 showcase, I'm doing the DLC for that as well. And phase 6, I'll also be doing the DLC as well. So I definitely like to do more than just play the game and then end. I like to do special things. Not special as in no one in the world has ever thought to do it, but special as in extra things on top of just playing through the game that not every player would want to do or even be interested in, but something that I want to do.
Truly, it must be hard.
Especially when there's games that I really have a strong connection to, or enjoyed a lot, or think highly of.
Terribly well informed of all country matters, I assure you. You can come with me.
Come on, thieves, where are you? No one has stolen anything, so we can chase them and get the dialogue through chasing them. Maybe if I have Edward just stand somewhere randomly, it'll happen.
Did a lot of damage in the rigging, but she will be fit on time.
Well,
So I don't miss, just in case it does pop up again, I want to pause it because I want to get a new drink. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let's continue to wait until a thief steals again so we can chase them and get any dialogue. And trying to cover as much dialogue from them as possible. Until they either just stop or they start repeating the same things over and over again.
My girl's the one what caught Jack Shepherd all those
I'm terribly well informed of all country matters.
The thrifty man's refuge here. All my prices are trifling.
This dude was German before, now he's not.
Odds and ends of every description. Price to change hands.
Oh no, it was someone different.
I can wait.
I was gonna say.
If value's what you seek, travel no further than...
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that an NPC has spoken with one voice actor's lines and then given another one. For example, in Assassin's Creed Revelations, there's that mission where you have to get into the Arsenale or whatever it's called, and you need to start a riot. The heralds that are talking are one voice actor, and then when you interact with them as part of the mission, they become another voice actor.
Tis but a pittance I ask, for treasures beyond imagining.
Alright, let's just try fast traveling somewhere. Just to reset things. It's funny, when you actually want a thief to steal from you in this game, it takes ages, but when you're not expecting, it does.
Everything you could possibly need, gathered here for your convenience. Look at this strong young fry. And the wonders of the world at everyday prices. It's that brazen twin-blooded nanny.
I would never pay that much. I would never pay that much.
Alright, let's actually go to Havana and let's see if we can trigger a thief there.
Deja que te ayude a relajarte.
Tengo pez espada. A 3 la libra.
No creo que eso esté permitido.
Nada de logística. Tendremos que seguir un tiempo por lanzar otras raciones. Decían que habría tierras para cada hombre para compensar la falta de tierra. Me parece bien. Estaría bien asentarme en un lugar tranquilo. Están enfadándose cada vez más, ¿verdad que sí? Que no crean que se puede atacar a alguien y quedar impune.
Dios nos bendice con tal forraje que debemos venerar. Yo estuve allí. No respetan a los soldados.
Estoy más que informada de los...
Seguro que es un bocazas el carajo altanero.
It'd be cool to have an Assassin's Creed game where it wasn't just set in one country, but there were multiple countries, and because it would be a different time period to other games that have already covered those countries, it'd be interesting to see what evolutions might have happened. So, for example, doing a game set in a time period after Ezio lived and died, and then maybe 100 years plus, but having you able to actually visit locations that you visited as Ezio that still exist, that you could still visit and just go there. So you might have a game set in France, and then the game lets you travel to Italy. Or maybe what they could do is a Discovery Tour game where it covers all the time periods and settings that the other games in the series before Origins has actually covered that didn't have a Discovery Tour, and put it all into one big game that you play. But also have a narrative mode where there's actually a narrative reason for why the character that you're playing as experiences all these different memories of all these different time periods and stuff. And have it be optional, so that if you don't care for story, you can just play the rest of the Discovery Tour without the story aspect. But if you want that extra layer on top of the story, then you could actually have that be the reason behind the exploration of all the different time periods that have already been covered in the games, but this time being able to actually learn about them the same way that the Discovery Tour has done them for Origins, Odyssey and Valhalla. There is none for Mirage, but they've incorporated a Discovery Tour type element into the game, where it operates in a similar way. You find these points in the game that you synchronize with, and that unlocks information about that area with images that are actually real images that have been provided for it, and stuff like that. I mean, we've already been in France in one time period in the game, and then in France again in a completely different one. So there already has been games that have done that similar thing. Same with London. Like, the French examples, Assassin's Creed Unity obviously was set in France, but the DLC for Valhalla, the Siege of Paris, is set in Paris. So you get to see what Paris looked like in that time period. And then you see in Unity what Paris looked like in that time period. In London you've had Assassin's Creed Syndicate, but also Valhalla as well, where we've seen what London looked like back in the Viking era. So the games have already done that, but I think it'd be good to actually do that with more locations and settings, where we can see how things were different in that part of the world at that time compared to how it was in that part of the world in a different time. Okay, so no thieves in all this time have tried to steal Edward, so maybe it is just from standing around. So we'll just go to a merchant and just stand around. Edward, who has 75,293 reals, is just standing there waiting for someone to try and steal from him, and yet no one is. It was like, does anyone want to steal from me? Anyone? How about you? You? How about you? How about you over there? Anyone? How about you up there in the tree, even though there's no one there? No? No one wants to steal from Edward. He's literally just standing there with all this money on him.
Bacalao fresco, a precios de ganga.
There's certain languages that I like the sound of, that I wouldn't mind actually learning, but the problem is I don't have the patience and the, what's the word? Yeah, I just don't have the patience to learn.
¿De verdad? Yo indagué un poco y me dieron largas.
Niño tonto, ¿por eso tus manos son tan insensibles?
¿Para qué esperando y quejándose sobre derechos, injusticias y privilegios?
Lizzie, you're wanting to learn German, are you? That's cool. So is that something that you've had a look into before? Like a couple of languages that I like the sound of that, you know, I wouldn't mind learning, but I probably never will, is Italian and Spanish. But obviously it's more than just remembering what the words are, it's also pronouncing the words correctly as well. And sometimes that can be difficult. It's one thing to know what the word is. Like, for example, if I was to say compadre, courier.
¡Apresad a ese hombre! ¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Se está yendo!
I know you! It's Kenway! The pirate!
Todo un atleta.
That's Dread Captain Kenway! Shit! Pirate! Pirate! Run!
No pienso quedarme aquí a mirar cómo acaba esto. Maldita sea.
Oh, he killed himself. I was going to wait until he started repeating a lot of the same stuff and then actually tackle him and then stay near him and get his dialogue. But of course the idiot had to go and kill himself, so now I need to find another target and tackle. But yeah, if I was to say the word compadre, I've probably said it wrong. I know what the word is, but I've probably said it wrong. So learning a language is more than just knowing what the word is, it's also trying to pronounce it properly. That's what I was going to say before the thief appeared. Lizzie, you haven't looked into it yet, sadly. That's fair enough. Yeah, it's one, like, I mean, I've found that it's one of those things where you need to have the patience for, but also the time to dedicate and the motivation and the endurance to keep up with as well, and practice and stuff.
En el puerto esperando que la descargue. Pero tendría que hacer sitio en el... Eres muy...
That's one of the cool things though about Assassin's Creed games and any other games that take place in a different time period and different part of the world is certain words become stuck in your mind. Like in Assassin's Creed Origins, for example, you've got, you know, Nekad Iadets and Metrocoites and things like that. And then you got, you know, games like Revelations that have Malacca's. Odyssey, of course, has that a lot in abundance. But certain words, like I've remembered, like stanotte, but I don't think I've pronounced it right. But I know that I think it means night in Italian. You know, certain things start to stick out, and that. But then, of course, there's also the speed at which things are spoken. Like if I'm speaking in English, and I'm being very careful with the words that I'm saying, and not rushing through. Whereas if I'm going, Skull and Bones, upcoming action adventure video game showcase, 10th phase 5 of Assassin's Creed Black Flag, blah, 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 blah. You know, people will be like, what was that? And so obviously the speed at which things are being spoken when you're trying to learn them is something else to consider as well. And the thing is too, like obviously knowing the words but not the meaning. Like you can't listen to hours and hours and hours of just the words in a different language and then be expected to know what the meaning was for all the words that you listen to, you know what I mean? Like you might be able to recite the words that you heard, but you might not be able to know what the context and meaning behind those words actually was. So you obviously need to listen to not only the actual language, but also the translation as well. I'm not ready to do it as part of this playthrough yet, but something else I want to showcase is all the different kinds of animations for using weapons, different weapon types, and also different contextual stuff, like when you're near something, different things. Okay, so I need to wait until another thief triggers, and this time I'll tackle them and then stay near them to get the dialogue. While I think of it, what I want to talk about is in a lot of the Assassin's Creed games before Origins, although in some ways I would say before Syndicate, there were certain elements of the parkour that helped in getting through an area quicker. And you have things, for example, corners of things. So I could either just go around the corner of this like that and get to that spot, or I could do angle, you know, things like that. Granted, not every game in the series makes it easy to use angular jumps, because sometimes you go to jump on an angle and the game doesn't want to make the character jump on that angle. But little things like that, which help in jumping over stuff and all that kind of thing. The distance between objects. Something else is the manual jump. In all the Assassin's Creed games, up until Syndicate, you could actually press a button to make the character jump when you wanted them to. Like this. When you come across things in the environment that are about feet level to about maybe knee level with the character's legs, if you do a manual jump a certain distance before it, it'll allow you to get through that little bit of environment quicker than it would if you ran at the object and then waited until you got right near it, and then the character vaulted on top of it and then vaulted over it and then kept on running as well. Like that there. You could either run at it and then jump before it and make that distance, or you could just run at it. If we just run at it and chain those up this, it's pretty quick like that. Now let's run at it and jump at it and then keep going. The animations are the same, but you make a bit more ground a bit quicker by doing the manual jump before that little bit of step. That's the kind of stuff that taking the manual jump out of the game prevents players from doing. Which for some players might not be a thing at all, as in a big deal, or even an issue. But in pointing these things out, it doesn't mean that all players should be expected to not have the option to do things in a way that for them is more comfortable, more practical, easier to do, or isn't as time consuming. Or even if it is time consuming, you know. It's just pointing out that the players who want some extra sort of like things that they can do and take advantage of still have the option to do so. But Ubisoft's thinking for a long time now has been only cater to one group of players, not the other, in ways that both could be catered to, but they don't want to. And the manual jump is an example. Does every single player in the world who played this game need the manual jump? No. But should the people who want it be punished by not being able to do it? Should the players who don't worry about that be punished by not being able to do easier things? Of course not. There's a way to please both groups of players. And something that they really should do is do, and the best way to do it would first be having a game engine that is completely redone from the ground up with the parkour. And once that's done, actually have tutorials that go really in depth, that are optional, that can be accessed at any time, so that players who want to get better at certain elements of the parkour can go into that tutorial mode and train for that, you know. And players who don't need to worry about that can still enjoy the game without being forced to go through a tutorial. Things like that. So one thing that they should bring back is the manual jump, because it adds an extra level of versatility to the parkour that games from Origins onwards just do not have.
Soy una pequeña doncella española perdida. Ayúdame.
Stan, excuse me, how dare you ask for better parkour? I know, right? It'd be like if you were doing a first-person shooter game and you had poor shooting mechanics and people wanted them to be improved. It's like, we don't want to do that. Improving things that need improving, that's not something that we need to do. You know, to improve something, you just need to take it out completely. That's the best way to improve something. It's like if you want to improve the structure and foundation of the building, you don't keep it in there, you take it out. That improves the building, doesn't it? And that's the other thing too, like different genres of games have different elements that make up that genre and make it what it is. If you take out any of those or you de-evolve any of those, then it actually goes against the genre. So if you're doing a stealth game, you bet your ass that you need to make sure that your stealth works properly and that it's versatile enough so that people on the fly can change their tactic. For example, you know, in a real-time strategy game, you want players to be able to plan out things the way that they want to plan them. You need platform games to actually have mechanics that actually work. The jumping mechanics need to be really good. Like in a Mario game, for example, you don't want to take out or de-evolve jumping, because then that's one of the key components of a Mario game that are actually being taken away that hurt the overall product. Hello, Starlight. How's things going? I'm trying to trigger a thief. I triggered one before, and I got the dialogue for when you're chasing them, but the idiot killed themselves before I could tackle them to get the dialogue for tackling them and then staying with them afterwards to see what else they would say. So now I have to run around and try and trigger another thief so that I can get the dialogue for tackling them and staying near them afterwards. Starlight, that's a tongue twister. It most certainly is. Those tongue twisters definitely, literally can make your tongue twist. Mary, married. Mary, married. That could become a tongue twister, I think, if you say it quick enough. Mary, married. Mary, married. Mary, married. Mary, married. I was trying to come up with an example. That's the best I can come up with, without actually spending hours trying to come up with it. You just got home for your husband's dad's birthday dinner. Oh, that sounds nice. I hope it was a great time. Hope you all enjoyed yourself. Oh, don't do that to you. You're tipsy and high. Oh. I better not move the camera in this game too much then as well. Good thing I'm not playing Tomb Raider Underworld, because that would be a challenge in and of itself.
Tengo órdenes que cumplir. ¡Fuera! Si es el mismísimo vicealmirante.
Hasta puedo contarte cuentos
Star
para
Game's
dormir.
fine. Only time she'd been motion sick was on a cruise, was it? Yeah, it's interesting with motion sickness. Like, a change in elevation, for example, sometimes that makes me sick, but not enough to want to throw up or anything, just a feeling of, you know, uneasiness. Not anxiety, but just, I don't know, it's like you don't want to throw up or anything, but you can tell that you're not feeling 100%. But yeah, motion sickness in games, nothing really. I haven't had that experience. Haven't had it happen in, you know, real life doing other activities. I'll have Edward just stop still for a bit, just in case we can trigger a thief this way. Here we go. Alright, so let's loot them. This time I'll get him before he kills himself and get the dialogue from tackling him and then hearing him talk afterwards. Alright, so he doesn't say anything if you tackle him. Although maybe it was the way in which I tackled him. Because I could swear that they actually say something. It was like, say something. Say something. Come on. I know you can say something. Fine then. Yeah. Star. But yeah, dinner was something else, was it? Stan, you've done something you'll be very disappointed in you. You couldn't spot Sean by Cho in Watch Dogs 2. Now, I have to know you're being facetious. Unless you didn't actually know that he voices Wrench, of course. But Wrench being a prominent character in Watch Dogs 2. Star, your sister-in-law got a shot of alcohol, a little dance, and slipped him $3 that had him blush hard. It was hilarious. But the kids are the star of the show. You're the group of middle school freshman kids sitting next to us. Their jaws dropped. There was a group. So there was a group of them, and they had their jaws dropped. Right? Stan, you really didn't know he was right there in front of you. Oh, I got you, Stan. You're being serious. Yeah. I mean, it's understandable, because number one, he's, you know, using a voice changer, or the character is.
Alto, quiero hablarte. Saluda de mi parte al del tridente.
Or even if it's not a voice changer, it's, you know, he's wearing a mask that's changing his voice. So that's understandable.
¡Acabad con él! ¡Allí está! ¡Rápido! ¡Se está escapando!
Alright, so I don't know if there'll be any more dialogue from tackling a courier, but I tried at least once. Alright, so let's have a look-see. That's some stuffs. Alright, so what I might do is get the rest of the manuscripts that are here in Havana. I've still got a lot to do in Kingston, but I'll work my way back there by doing more collecting of certain things so I can read them for the database entries.
No se pase por aquí.
A group of young girls and a few guys watching this cook give not only sister-in-law a belly dance, but father-in-law whose birthday was a belly dance. You mean lifting the shirt up? You swear the manager was trying to say keep it PG half the time, then gave up? Oh, yeah. I mean, that's the other consideration too, as well, in places like that.
¡Alto! Veamos tus tripas. ¡Rápido! ¡Que no se escabulla!
So there were 4 groups, all celebrating birthdays. Even the kids were celebrating a birthday. Good night was hilarious. Definitely sounds like there was a lot going on.
¿Tú a dónde crees que vas? ¿Puedo disparar? Es mío, puedo darle. ¡Más deprisa! ¡No lo perdáis! ¡Lo tengo a tiro! ¡Rápido! ¡Que no se escabulla! ¡Tú, espera! ¡Aquí está! ¡Más rápido! ¡No debemos perderlo!
So yeah, it was a last minute thing. Your husband's sister was down from where she lives and offered to pay for dinner, so you went. Sushi and hibachi, really good food. Sorry, didn't mean to put capitals. Oh, that's okay. That's no worries. So that's awesome. Like, someone wants to shout dinner? Like, yeah, hell yeah.
Vengan tanto.
Star, that dinner probably cost nearly $500. Your simple roll alone cost $16? Damn. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely a lot of money. Star, granted, you managed to talk her out of one where she'd have been spending nearly $40 a person. Yeah. $40 a person. Yeah, I mean, like, if you had 10 people at that. Alright, so that's all the manuscripts in Havana. Let's go to database and catch up on some database entries that I might have not read yet. Go up to my part of the document where I'm keeping track of all the information for this playthrough. Alright. Animus database. Locations. What popped up? Smugglers' dens. The numerous small caves scattered throughout the region were used as secret smugglers' dens. Some of these are only accessible by going underwater. Notable examples: Petite Cavern, Jigui, Ambergris Key, San Juan, and Anoto Bay. So that was in locations, and that was smugglers' dens. Need to make a note on that so I know for sure that I've read that. Alright, so documents, manuscripts. Okay, so I haven't read this one. Atalanta Fugians, from the Atalanta Fugians by Michael Meyer. Alchemist and counselor to Emperor Rudolph II, once owned by the Peter Beckford estate. Alright, Introductio Geographica. An image of Jacob's staff taken from the Introductio Geographica by Petrus Apianus, once belonged to the estate of Peter Beckford. Star, 6 people in total, free food is free food, and you get nothing wanting Whataburger for a birthday meal, but some places prices are scary. Michael Myers, huh? Yeah. Boom 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 boom. Well, that's it. Free food is free food. The fetus in the womb. The fetus in the womb, a drawing by Leonardo da Vinci, relevance unknown, taken from the estate of Peter Beckford. Okay, so here we have the Voynich manuscripts. I'll just put Voynich so I don't have to type manuscript each and every time. Folio 33V. Hang on. 1 of 4 extant. The 2nd of 4 extant. The 3rd of 4. The 4th of 4. 2nd. Alright, cool. So I know that they're actually listed in the order that you're supposed to read them. Okay, Voynich manuscript folio 33V. 1 of 4 extant pages of the mysterious Voynich manuscript, stolen from Peter Beckford's collection at some point after 1705. Though the manuscript was found in Europe prior to the European discovery of the New World, this image clearly depicts a sunflower, a flower only found in the Americas at the time. Alright, so this is folio 34R. The 2nd of 4 extant pages of the mysterious Voynich manuscript, stolen from Peter Beckford's collection at some point after 1705. Significance unclear. Star, it was nice. Don't get to hang out with his sister often. She lives about 4-ish hours away. That's always a good opportunity to catch up with people, especially if there's a lot of distance, to actually cover, to actually be able to interact face to face and stuff. This is folio 34V. The 3rd of 4 extant pages of the mysterious Voynich manuscript, stolen from Peter Beckford's collection at some point after 1705. Significance unclear. Alright, and the final one of that is folio 35R. The 4th of 4 extant pages of the mysterious Voynich manuscript, stolen from Peter Beckford's collection at some point after 1705. Significance unclear. Okay, so we've covered all those that we've gotten so far. I'm going to continue getting the manuscripts. At least all the ones that aren't in Kingston that we still need to get. In areas that we can actually access still. Or that we can access currently. Alright, that unlocks a tavern. I'll be covering the taverns eventually as well. There's a manuscript here and a message in a bottle. I may as well get that as well. Star, your kid is obsessed with the Halloween themes and the openings to the anime Attack on Titans. Yeah, it's interesting what certain things can catch our attentions and all that kind of stuff too. I'm trying to think of what the first piece of music was that wasn't, you know, like a nursery rhyme or anything when I was a kid growing up that I might have recognized and became a fan of. I can't even remember what music that might have been, actually. As in without lyrics. Like a theme. Maybe perhaps like the themes of, you know, cartoons like He-Man and Ninja Turtles and Transformers and Voltron and Astro Boy and the Smurfs and what else can I remember watching as a child? DuckTales, Looney Tunes stuff. to name some things. The real Ghostbusters, that's another example. In terms of live action stuff, it probably was the Hercules and Xena opening themes. Which that was more in my pre-teen and teenage era, or early teen era as well. Before I read more manuscript pages, what I want to do is just go around and get some other stuff. There's some things I've been getting, like Animus Fragments, just in case I end up being able to get all the challenges done. Because as part of this showcase playthrough, I would like to actually showcase all the cheats in the game, but I don't want to commit to that until I know for sure I can actually do it. So I like Captain America. Okay, the TV shows or the animated movie. Yeah, I mean, I remember when I was a kid going through the video stores and seeing the Captain America movie. I may have even actually rented it, or my parents might have rented it. Oh, for Hercules and Xena. Well, I never actually saw the animated movie of Hercules and Xena, but I definitely saw the shows. Actually, that reminds me, there's some Hercules and Xena games that I would like to actually stream at some point. Okay, there's Assassin Contract in the Tavern. Want to hold off on the taverns, though, for now. Grand Cayman. What do we need there? Alright, so it's an Assassin Contract and the other. Salt Key Bank is just the tavern. Florida. Need to go there, actually. Star, you saw the animated movie through your dad's friend when you were a kid. It was freaking hilarious. Yeah, that's the thing, like, Hercules and Xena had a very sort of, like, stylized thing about them. From the acting to the actual stories and the things, you know. Especially when they would take modern things and put them in that time period, but have them done in a way that would be not 100% the way that they might have done it back then, but, you know, some kind of thing. You know what I mean? They even had episodes where it would literally go into present times. They did a lot of meta stuff too, like, I think there was an episode of the show where the actor who plays Hercules, Kevin Sorbo, actually went missing. And the people who made the series were playing themselves, and some of them were played by other people. But it was all this meta sort of thing that was going on, and things like that. Then they had like musical episodes where there'd be like, you know, a wedding. I think there was a Xena episode where there was a wedding and there'd be a musical number and stuff. Harmonger, thank you for redeeming the Arnie impression. A time of myth and legend, when the ancient gods were petty and cruel, and they plagued mankind with suffering. Only one man dared to challenge their power. Hercules. Hercules possessed a strength the world had never seen, a strength surpassed only by the power of his heart. He journeyed the earth, battling the minions of his wicked stepmother, Hera, the all-powerful queen of the gods. But wherever there was evil, wherever an innocent would suffer, there would be Hercules. Thanks for redeeming the lyrics for the intro to the Hercules Legendary Journey show.
Captain's at the helm.
There's also a different variation on that, because you had the made-for-TV movies that were done before they actually commissioned the series proper, there was 5 of them, I think, or maybe 4 of them, but I know that the last one was just basically a filler made-for-TV movie that they wanted to do, which sort of was like a flashback episode or a flashback movie where they looked back at certain scenes from the previous made-for-TV movies. Star, you're going to kill his voice. Yeah, that's the thing. The Arnie impression isn't that difficult on the vocal cords, but the Gollum one definitely is. I used to watch that when you were a kid. Yeah, it's definitely of its time. There were other shows that came out that tried to emulate the same kind of thing as well. There was a Sinbad live-action series that came out. There was a Conan live-action series that came out, but it was trying to be different. And you had like an Australian series called Raw, which had Heath Ledger in it, that tried to be like a Hercules Xena type thing. Plus there'd be heaps of other examples, I imagine. If you kind of want to trace the evolution of the Hercules and Xena shows, you need to go to Army of Darkness, which was the third Evil Dead movie, which had Bruce Campbell playing the main character again of Ash Williams, who in Army of Darkness gets sent back to the year 1300 AD. And the fight choreography that they did in that, the stylistic stuff, which in and of itself is very Sam Raimi. That is really the impetus for a lot of the stuff that you would see in Hercules and Xena. In fact, Robert Tappert, who was a producer on the Evil Dead movies, ended up marrying Lucy Lawless, who played Xena. But she also played some other characters in Hercules and also the made-for-TV movies as well. But when the first Evil Dead movie came out, apparently Lucy Lawless went to see it at the movies, and she walked away from the movie disgusted, saying, "What kind of sick person would even make a movie like this?" Fast forward to the future from that point, and Robert Tappert, who was a producer on the Evil Dead movies, was a producer on the Hercules and Xena shows, and Lucy Lawless and him get married. So she married one of the people who worked on the movie that she said of it. What disgusting person would actually work on something like this? There's actually an interview where she talks about that. It might have been when they were promoting the Ash vs. Evil Dead series. Lucy Lawless might have been interviewed about that. Okay, no, it mustn't have been in that. Alright, so let's go Lucy Lawless, Evil Dead interview. Maybe that might bring it up. Here we go. Lucy Lawless walked out of the Evil Dead movie. I'll provide a link to it as well. It was related to Ash vs. Evil Dead. Here we go. So Lucy was asked, did you see the Evil Dead movies in their time before you married Rob? And Lucy said, I didn't see them in their time. I saw them when I was 17. Okay, so she didn't see them when they came out, but she saw them when she was 17 and stomped out after the first 5 minutes. So mortally offended that I got up and stomped out saying, these people are sick and that movie's awful. That's obviously not the full quote, but... But there's the link to the interview. Harbinger, he is used to it. Yeah. Sometimes, depending on what else I've been reading, because it's also being a streamer who talks on the microphone as well. That also plays a part in vocal cords being used a lot. That's why I don't read database entries in the Assassin's Creed games unless it's actually for a specific type of playthrough. Alright, just so that I know that I've already done this location, I want to get it so that it comes up gold. Okay, so once we actually get everything on this island, the icon for it will actually show up yellow/gold, which lets you know that you've already gotten every single thing in that location. Just as a good way for me to know quickly whether or not there's some things that I need to get. The majority of this stuff I've been doing off-stream, between streams, but out of necessity, I want to cover it on stream. Okay, so I think what I want to do is change the outfit. I've had Edward wear this Templar outfit for a decent chunk of time. So what I want to do is this. I want to go and change his outfit. And once I've changed the outfit and I've showed it from different angles and all that kind of stuff, I'll actually go on a break. And then after the break, when I come back, what I want to do is go around to the rest of the islands and cover the taverns and any dialogue that might happen in the taverns as well. Now just to figure out what outfit I want to choose next. Alright, so let's have a look. I've had Edward wear, and I've showcased the Edward Kenway robes, the brown cloak, the pirate cloak, and the crimson cloak. I haven't had him wear the governor's outfit, but that's something I can do, because I actually have that. So I might choose that. So after crimson cloak, it's got this in the next part. So I'll have Edward wear that. I'll showcase what it looks like from different angles in daylight in the game, and then I'll take a break. Just need to wait until it's daytime. I do have the cheat unlocked where I can actually do that, but I'd rather not interrupt the game's saving system. I don't know how many more streams this phase will take, but this week, not only is it Saturday and Sunday that I'm streaming this, but also Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But I'm also doing the Freedom Cry DLC. Granted, when I get to the DLC, there will be a lot of stuff that I don't have to worry about covering because it'll already have been covered. But there will still be a decent chunk of things to do, though, in Freedom Cry. But I should be able to get this phase done before the month ends. Come on, son. Rise. And rise higher. Although while there's firelight, I can use that to show off a bit of the outfit, maybe. It's a bit hard to get good shots of Edward's feet and what he's wearing due to restrictions with the camera positioning and all that kind of stuff. So it's very hard to get it in shot and in frame, but also close up as well. Let alone get good lighting on them too as well. Speaking of which, the light's starting to change too much. In any case, that's a focus on what this outfit looks like, and I'll have Edward wear it for a decent chunk of time. Now that I've actually done that, I'll go and take a break. When I come back, I want to read any manuscript pages that I haven't read yet, that we just collected not long ago. And then once I've done that, I want to go around to the areas where I have taverns to unlock, just to get the different dialogues that I might have missed before. But until then, I'm going to go into this screen. Going to put a message up the top of chat for people who come in later, if I'm still on my break by then. And I'm going to alright, so let's say I might actually take a little bit of a longer break. So 15 minutes. And when I pin messages to the top of chat, it actually gives a timestamp for when I actually did the message and posted it. So it's 7:45 PM my time at the moment. So I'll take a 15-minute break, and I'll be back with more Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I am back from my break. Time to jump back into this playthrough. So we now have this outfit on, and I'm going to have Edward wear this outfit for a little bit. Hey Shin! Hey there, how's things? First, what I want to do, back from my break, is to look at the manuscript pages that we got before my break. Shin, thank you so very much for contributing points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades combined challenge. Thank you, I appreciate it. If the goal is met of 200,000 points contributed in total, I'll do that playthrough of that Tomb Raider game. If it's not, I'll still play that Tomb Raider game, but it'll just be a normal playthrough in that case. And with that challenge, if that goal is met, with bow only, it means that if I use a weapon that's not the bow, even if I shoot mid-air, then it means I have to restart the whole game from the start. Oh, that's no worries at all, Shin. I wanted to make it something that was a community challenge to contribute points to, because I know that there's a lot of people who use channel points frequently that have a lot saved up that could well and truly just drop 200,000 points or bigger numbers and you know, redeem something. But I wanted to go with the community challenge because it restricts you to a certain amount of days and also a certain amount of points, you know, being able to be contributed within a certain amount of time as well. So I wanted to have it open for as many people as possible to put points towards if they want to, without it being an instant thing. You know what I mean? You have 218.1 thousand points. That's definitely a lot of points, dude. That's for sure. Need to scroll back to the point in my document that I'm keeping to double check what things I've looked at and what I haven't. Alright, so Chronicus. Dos Feitos de Guin. Portrait of Henry the Navigator, benefactor of many famous 15th century explorers, once belonged to the estate of Peter Beckford. Shin, you're finally back at the point in Cyberpunk 2077 where the previous save was corrupted. Well, that's good that you made it back to that point as well. Are you able to make like a backup save, just in case something does happen again to your save? The next thing I wanted to do is I wanted to go to locations with taverns that I have left, just to cover any dialogues that might happen. So let's go to Corazal and take care of the one here.
Mejor no me entretengo aquí. ¿Un trago, compañero?
Me he enterado de una cosa que puede interesarte.
Okay, there's an assassin contract there, but I'm going to do that off stream.
Hola. Bueno, eso dijiste la última vez. Y mira lo que pasó.
¡Sus pecados lo llevarán a la horca!
¿Te pongo algo? Si te digo que...
Oh, that's good, Shin. You've got a copy of the save file saved somewhere else just in case. That's a good idea. Yeah. Okay, so that's that location done completely, so it's now gold whenever I look at it. And let's go to Salt Key Bank, to the tavern for here. So far we've just had taverns with Spanish-speaking NPCs near them. Because I don't speak Spanish and I don't know how to type it out, I won't be making note for myself what Spanish we might have heard or not. But I didn't want to talk over it anyway, just so that maybe people watching or someone watching the VOD who knows Spanish might be able to get something out of it.
¿Qué ocurre?
Dibuje un cuadro de mi escote, le durará más.
¡Hey! ¡Estás muerto!
I don't recognize this board game. Oh, hang on. Is it Fanarona or whatever it's called? Let's have a look at this. Oh yeah, Nine Men's Morris. I've already shown that mini game.
How can they be avoided? They know where we live, and I can't simply hire out of town. I've a family to care for, and my only gainful employment is here. Perhaps not for long. Seems they've taken it into their heads the counting house is a den of non-conformist wolves.
sir.
We're all terrified. They've been lounging about the place, contemptuously bearing knives and leering at us. We all know what comes next. We've seen it often enough. They must have the city greybeards in their pockets to run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever patrols where they're at their business. Perhaps not for long. Seems they've taken it into their heads the counting house is a den of non-conformist coves. We're all terrified. They must have the city greybeards in their pockets to run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever patrols where they're at their business. I may need another loan. The bastards came back and took what little we had put aside for the wee one's needs. Now we're hitting desperation. They must have the city greybeards in their pockets to run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever patrols where they're at their business. Perhaps not for long. Seems they've taken it into their heads the counting house is a den of non-conformist coves. We're all terrified. They must have the city greybeards in their pockets to run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever...
What's your game, then?
Don't jump the stagecoach. I never said I mind.
You know I'll always be here.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other? Huh, men, I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways. I think you've had enough. Just listen to you, savages.
Don't jump the stagecoach. I never said I minded.
I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways. Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other? God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads. I think you've had enough. Just listen to you, savages. Huh, men, I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
Hey!
Scanner de hell!
Take no notice.
Oh, please, God! Tell me a better man!
Another one. These are evil times. Best not stay here. Sweet Mother of Mercy, don't look.
And leads him to her chamber. She's given him some wine to drink, and his love had flared like tinder. Bonny lassie, will you gang with me? Bonny lass, will ye lie near me? Forget all your ribbons, real in the morning, never mind me. Come round, boys. They had not been in it an hour, but
Alright, so got a decent chunk of dialogue from that tavern. Of the locations we have access to, we have a lot of gold icons, which means we've gotten everything done there. I'm not necessarily getting everything done on these locations as part of the playthrough, but mainly so that when I'm actually looking for places to minimize the amount of time spent looking for certain things, at least I know at a glance whether or not I've actually found everything on that particular location. But I'm also trying to get as much dialogue from the taverns as possible. There's some dialogue that we've already covered that was being said at the taverns, but there's also a lot that wasn't. And I'm taking note so that I know that I've already come across it. Some I already know off the top of my head that I haven't. Well, not off the top of my head, but I've heard the dialogue enough for it being ingrained in my memory to know that I've already heard it. Random cow just walking past.
Hey!
Servant was!
Aye, that's right, laddie. Beat the bloody blockheads.
Oh no, violence here now. This is bad. But what happened?
Oh, I'd best not tarry here. My word.
Blood.
I wish her safe landing without.
I've already seen something like this happen, but may as well showcase it again. When ships have battles, when you see them from on land. Hey Spectrum, welcome on in. Hope things are going well. Let's just check what minigame this is. I'm pretty sure there's only 3 different types of minigames and I've already covered them. Yeah, Fanarona. Fanarona. Alright, so there's a tavern here that we haven't done yet. Spectrum, you're pretty well, you're up extra early today. Are you? I see, extra early. What time is it for you then, Spectrum? As for me, I'm doing good. Sunday has been going well. It's still Sunday here for a few more hours, and then it'll be Monday. But it's going well. Working on certain aspects of this game that I haven't actually covered yet. So it's 4:23 AM. You've been awake since 3. Oh, that is very, very early then.
Lass. I'm here, aren't I? And you know you love me.
You did say that last time. And what happened?
Aye, it's been a year.
I know
but
you
absence
would.
maketh the...
But should I let you?
Something... yeah. Aye, it's been a year, but absence
Really,
maketh
truly,
the...
without any reservations?
Something... yeah.
You did say that last time. And what happened?
Aye, it's been a year, but absence
Really,
maketh
truly,
the...
without any reservations?
Something... yeah.
Alright, we've covered that dialogue part. Spectrum, winter hasn't even started yet and it's already too cold for you. Yeah, that's the thing, when seasons don't come into full swing yet, but they start just early enough for them to start to interfere if they're a season that you don't like the, you know, the temperature of and stuff.
Douse those chops!
Please, God, let me make it back down.
Another one. These are evil times. Best not stay here. Another one. These are evil times.
Shit!
The way I hear it, you want to be heading towards
Okay, so we have another cavern here that I haven't gone to yet. So I'll take care of that now.
Loose and trim too!
Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. Sally is the girl that I love dearly. Way, bully in the alley. Sally is the girl that I spliced nearly. Bully down in Shinbo now. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo now. For 7 long years I courted little Sally. Way, bully in the alley. All she did was dilly and dally. Bully down in Shinbo now. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Way, bully in the alley. Help me, Bob, I'm bully in the alley. Bully down in Shinbo.
Douse all but me!
Full for all you're worth!
Captain Salt in himself!
We've already done one smuggler's den, and there was specific dialogue that happened with certain sets of enemies. I'm curious to see if those dialogues are just general across all of them, or if there's also very specific ones for each smuggler's den as well. Hey there, John Lim. Welcome on in. Hope it's going well. Okay, what was this smuggler's den called again? It was Jigui. Not actually sure how you pronounce it. Just have things ready so that when dialogue starts, if it's dialogue I haven't covered yet, I can cover it. So this is the PS4 version, John Lim, but I'm playing it on a PS5.
As if anyone's going to find us. Walk back and forth, staring at these damn walls. Oh look, nobody there. Again. What a surprise. With someone did appear. Put me out of my misery.
John Lim, PS5, how much is a PS5 now?
Anyone's going to find us.
So the version that I got, I think it was only 400, or it might have been 500, I think. But I went for the version that didn't have a disc tray. So I just got the digital version because I'm fully digital now with video games and have been for a while now. But I wasn't worried about not having those extra things. I think the most expensive version over here was like $700 or something.
Walk back and forth, staring at these damn walls. Oh, look! Nobody there. Again. What a surprise. Wish someone did appear. Put me out of my misery.
That's right, John Lim, yeah. Especially here in Australia with the Australian dollar. There's a bit of dialogue that this guy has said that I want to get, that I didn't get in full before.
Pissing away my life in this bloody cave, as if anyone's going to find us. Walk back and forth, staring at these damn walls.
Okay, so this dude in this smuggler den has different dialogue to the NPCs / enemies in the other den that I went to earlier in the stream. And I'm not putting down every single word of these dialogues, but I'm putting down what I can actually make out, plus what I can remember, plus what's short enough to fit in on one line, because I'm using Notepad to keep track of all this stuff. And the three things that he says is basically like walk back and forth again, etc. Oh look, nobody there again, etc. Pissing away my life in this bloody cave. So they're the only three things that this particular NPC says. So now that we've actually dealt with that, I'm going to move on through the smuggler den until we get to another group of enemies and see what dialogue they have and make note of it. So I know that I've covered it. John Lim, you have this game on PS4. Excellent. Yeah, I never actually had the previous... Well, it's not previous gen now. It's previous gen by 2. But I never got the Xbox 360 or PS3 version of Black Flag. The first version I got was Xbox One, and I had to get the PlayStation version because streaming from Xbox now, there's audio issues for every single Xbox game. And so I decided to move the games that I was streaming on the Xbox to actually stream from the PlayStation. Spectrum, that really stinks that happened. Yeah, the games are fine otherwise on Xbox. Like if I wanted to load up an Xbox game and just play through it off stream, there'd be no audio issues at all. When I'm actually streaming Xbox games, for me, as in through my headphones, there's no issues. But yeah, streaming anything on the Xbox, there's an audio issue on the actual broadcast, which doesn't happen with the PlayStation. There's certain games that I usually do annual playthroughs for that I can't this year. There are PC versions that I could get, but there's also some entries in the franchises that aren't on PC that you can buy on Steam or anywhere. Like Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow, for example. But the majority of games that I stream on the Xbox are also on the PlayStation. So that definitely helps. John Lim, the main mission is the exclamation mark on the map. Oh yeah, I definitely am aware of that. The main mission, we're only in sequence 6 of the story. This playthrough has a certain goal that I'm going for, which doesn't mean going through the game from start to finish, one after the other. So we're only up to sequence 6 of the story. Sequence 5 is the most recent thing that we finished. But that's all the stuff that I'm actually looking at and covering for Black Flag and Freedom Cry as well. Hey Arctic Smash, welcome on in. Hope it's going well. So this dude has no dialogue. There's no use to us. John Lin, when was Assassin's Creed Black Flag released? So it was released sometime in 2013. I don't know the exact date, but it was definitely 2013 when the game first came out. Oh, that's great, Arctic Smash. That's good that everything's going well. As for me, things are going good. Weekend is almost over though, but the passage of time cannot be stopped. Yeah, John Lim, yep. This year's 2023, which is hard to believe 10 years have gone past.
Yeah! You and how many your sons? And I'll ask your mother for one. Oh, yeah? I'm gonna pull that tongue right out of your skull. Come here, swine! I demand an apology. Leave my mother out of this, or I swear I'll kill you twice over. Yeah! You and how many your sons? And I'll ask your mother for one. Oh, yeah? I'm gonna pull that tongue right out of your skull. Come here, swine! I demand an apology. Leave my mother out of this, or I swear I'll kill you twice over. Yeah! You and how many your sons?
Alright, so the dialogue that we got from these NPCs was, "You and how many horsens? And I'll ask your mother for one. Oh yeah? I'm going to pull that tongue right out of your skull. Come here, swine. I demand an apology. Leave my mum out of this, or I swear I'll kill you twice over." So we got that dialogue from these NPCs. Exactly, John Lim. That's it. 10 years already. Let's check the price of this game now. No worries at all. Won't be asking anyone anything else. That's them done.
There's a louse in that thicket there. Time to heave to. Hey, we've a snake in the grass. Shit! Almost had the sod. Juice his own luck, that son of a sea hag.
Alright, figured I may as well take that opportunity to take note of dialogue by enemies when they have lost sight of you. Something which I need to do more of. John, let me check this game, and it's expensive, around $53 now, is it? That's a lot.
Bastards down half our hold already. There'll be nothing left to take back home. No. Just before dawn. You don't die of this beforehand.
I say we sneak in just before dawn, same as last time. Stash away as much rum as we can while the captain's snoring off another skin. And we'll find some more. The whole ocean's carrying rum, and I aim to get me share.
Bastards down half our hold already. There'll be nothing left to take back home. Just before dawn then, if we don't die of thirst beforehand.
I say we sneak in just before dawn, same as last time. Stash away as much rum as we can while the captain's snoring off another skin. And we'll find some more. The whole ocean's carrying rum, and I aim to get
Alright, so I've
share.
covered those dialogues. I want to get everything done here to make the icon gold, so that I know at glance that I've already done all the stuff and there's nothing there to go back for. And then, because the layout of this smuggler's den is different to the previous one that we looked at, I'll also give this one a bit of a showcase by slowly moving through the environment, showing different angles and things. This is outside of the cave, so that works out well. I'll go and grab this, and then I'll be able to backtrack through and just show this area without any enemies interfering. John Lim, where do you live? You live in Singapore. I live in Australia. So you live in Singapore. How is it there at the moment? It's our spring season and we're heading into summer, although we might already be in summer, I think, now. It's 5:49 PM where you are. Then I'm a few hours ahead. It's 8:49 PM here. Three-hour difference. Is it Saturday for you or is it Sunday? Because it's Sunday here. Oh, cool. Yeah, so 3-hour difference then. I already read these as part of the previous phase. But I will be reading them again for the next phase, even though I've already read them in the previous phase. I think it was the previous one, might have been the one before that. Okay, now to actually showcase this area. Arctic, it's 10:50 AM in Norway, is it? 10:50 AM in the morning? So you've still got a lot of day left then. John Lim, how many main story sequences are there in this game? There's 12 main story sequences in total. It'll probably be a while, John Lim, before I start going back to the main story again. There's a lot of ground for me to cover with other aspects of the playthrough. I still need to go back to Kingston and actually clear it out of sea shanties and also listen to as much NPC dialogue in Kingston as possible and all that kind of stuff. So I may not even get back into the story in this stream. Bit too close to the fire there. Lizzie, it's 1:53 a.m. where you are. Insomnia sucks, honestly. Yeah, I can't imagine what it would be like to actually want to get to sleep but can't. I mean, in small instances, yes, but never to the point where it's like literally hours and hours and hours of not being able to sleep when you want to. Like, maybe I've had times where it's taken me like, 20 minutes or so to go to sleep, but never hours and hours and hours worth. Hey, Senny. Welcome on in, Crooked. Good day, partner. What's the plan? How's things going, Senny? I've discovered that there is unique dialogue to each smuggler's den. So I've just been covering that. This is the second smuggler's den that I've covered in this stream. So it's good to know that there's different ones for different smuggler dens. I've just been going through now and just showing off the location. Lizzie, meanwhile, you've fallen asleep while drinking coffee. Oh, have you really, Lizzie? I guess the coffee definitely didn't work. Good, nice. More to showcase. Absolutely. Yeah, it's so funny. Some of the dialogue that I've gotten from a cabin is one dude was patrolling in this part over that way. Or somewhere over that way. And he was saying things like, "Oh look, nobody here again." Or, "Pissing away my life in this bloody cave." And then there was some dudes having a conversation and one of them was going, "You and how many horsens? I'm going to pull that tongue right out of your skull." And then there was another dude who's like, "Gah, deuce his own luck, that son of a sea hag," and different things like that. Lizzie, ADHD is really weird like that. Definitely a level of unpredictability as well, and expectations of things not actually being the thing that happens. I also gave Crooked the I also gave the Templar outfit quite a lot of time, but it's good to have Edward not wearing it. It was, pardon me, probably felt like 2 hours or so, because I was doing other stuff in between and that. So I definitely gave it a good showing in this playthrough. But it's crazy how many dialogues were recorded that only very few were listened to or haven't been put in the game at all. That's it, things that were... And then you think about things that might have been intended when they recorded it, but ended up not being put in. Well, I mean, that's what you basically said, but there's also things that might have been put in but then deleted as well. Exactly, Crooked. That's enough showcasing I make my own look. Unless we're showcasing Templar outfits with blood on them, being worn by Templars, of course. Now you should showcase burning it. Yeah, that'd be cool, being able to do that. As a way of deleting that. So that is the Jigui, or Jigui, however you pronounce it, actually covered. Alright, so we have other locations like that, but they're via the shipwrecks, and we're not up to the part of the story yet where we've unlocked the diving bell. Mysteriosa. Alright, so now that I've covered that, Grand Cayman, I still have a assassin contract, but I want to do that off stream. Corazal, I have a assassin contract. Tulum, don't. Just trying to think what else I was going to cover before actually going to Kingston. Oh, there's a whole location that I haven't gone back to actually get, specifically to go back and get dialogue for. Tulum. An NPC, like assassins talking and all that kind of stuff. Outside of the story, of course. It's better looking than Shay's outfit, though. Yeah. Yeah, the actual look of it, aesthetically, is definitely not bad at all. It's so funny. With Notepad for this document that I'm using to cover everything that I'm covering, there's 613 lines of stuff. Okay, so Tulum, make an entry for that, and we're gonna get as much dialogue as we can from that place. Plus, I also want to showcase the environment in Tulum as well. I like that Mary has still been standing here since we last did the story. Hey, Mary. Such an awesome character. Well, so far we haven't had any like ambient dialogue. What I'll call ambient dialogue anyway. No assassins are saying, "What are you doing here, traitor?" or anything like that. They're not hostile to us, though. But I was expecting, some kind of dialogue. Might just have to find a group of assassins who are actually together. Something I should double check is showcasing what happens if you go and interact with things that you don't have everything for yet. Damn, I should have done that with the Templar keys. I didn't even think to do that. What I might do is actually start a new game save off stream and then cover that in the next stream. Just want to double check that I don't actually have all of them though, because I don't want to trigger this yet. No, I don't have all of them. That's good. Alright, so this is what happens if you interact with this door when you don't have everything that you need for it. All the Mayan steely's done. Nothing. Okay. That's good to know. I've got 3 left. before I actually go through and showcase Tulum as an area, what I want to do is get all the things here that I can collect, at least get them done, to go towards the icon turning gold, just so I know when I'm looking at the map which places I've already done stuff in that I need to do. I won't necessarily show like every bit of bush and tree and everything like that, but just the main elements of Tulum. Hey, Theory. It's going really good, thank you. How about yourself? Alright, so Tulum's icon will now be gold, so I know that I've actually covered everything that I need to cover. Plus also process of elimination to make sure that I don't get confused with other locations. I can just visually look at the map and see, okay, that is gold, that's gold, that's gold, this one's green, which means I haven't done everything there. Maybe there's something I'm keeping till a certain point to do. You know, that kind of stuff. Alright, so now that we've actually gotten everything here in Tulum, what I'm going to do is fast travel back to the beach area and just do a little bit of a general overview showcase of that aspect, and then fast travel to where I was just now and cover that. Theory, you're fine. You're doing a training session, a morning gym. Agenda was bench press, dip press, which is more weight, triceps, and Biceps 1 movement at arms. Well, that definitely sounds like quite the workout, Theory. I hope that you're enjoying the training session. Glad to hear that you're doing fine. Oh, a theory biceps. Oh, that's okay. That's going well, and you got more credit that your shoulders can stand to press the bench again, but slowly with patience, we lift the weight. That's a good way to look at it. Being able to have that patience as well. I guess in a way it's like the whole, take things one step at a time. A theory, one step forward, two step back. If you hurry now and go thinking that everything is here now and right away, then things will definitely break. That's true. That's a good way to think about it. Because sometimes you can get so focused on how much is left of the steps it takes to get to your goal that you can end up rushing things, and through rushing them you might not end up even achieving the goal in the same way or at all because it needed more patience. Trying to get a certain angle on Edward's eyes. Makes his eyes look like they're glowing. Let's see if I can actually get a close-up on that. But maybe being too close to his eyes will ruin the effect. Yeah, it was the distance. It's a shame I can't get it without the shimmering or the interact appearing on the door to get a better sense of the actual design. Okay, so that's a bit of a showcase of Tulum. I just want to do one more kind of like angle and perspective before moving on to something else. There was a BTTV emote of the Assassin's logo that was that was actually done in the color black, but the thing about it was it didn't show up really well when it would be put in chat. So I decided to do my own one, but make it stand out more. We've gotten everything in Tulum, and interestingly, I thought there'd be some dialogue from the assassins as you wander through, maybe some assassins standing, talking to one another, but not so. But I will try again at later points in the story, especially when we get in sequence 11, or around there. Okay, so Corozal, we have an assassination contract, which I'm not going to worry about doing on stream. Same with Grand Cayman. So Great Inagua, what I have left there is the Animus Fragments. Kingston is where we're up to in the story, and there's a lot to do in that location, including actually covering all the dialogue and all that kind of stuff. We've already done the tavern that's there. There's 6 assassination contracts, which I'll do off stream. There's 2 more secrets to find, 3 more sea shanties to get. So what I'll do now is go to Kingston again. And before I do a focus on the dialogues and stuff there, I'll take care of the things that I want to get, like the sea shanties. Do you have plans for another AC game after you're done with Black Flag? I mean, for this year, if there is time. So the current plan is to finish this phase, play another Assassin's Creed game, and then do phase 6, and then that'll probably be all I can fit in for the year. So there'll be 2 playthroughs after this one. There'll be a random Assassin's Creed game that I'll decide upon soon, and then there'll be another phase of this as well. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser Gate. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die. Thanks for redeeming that from Blade Runner. It's interesting, there's actually a reference to that quote in Assassin's Creed Origins. When you do the Curse of the Pharaohs DLC, in one of the afterlives, you can actually come across a bit of writing that actually has a paraphrasing of that quote, obviously to make it match the time period. But I thought that was a sneaky way to put a reference to Blade Runner in.
I often wonder where he finds his endless
myself of this malady.
What a queer fellow.
Little brat, am I missing something?
Of course, what a time for Edward to not actually want to move off of something. Got stuck. Not to worry, we'll get at it from another angle. However, Harbinger, depending on when I finish Phase 6, I may even be able to fit in another Assassin's Creed stream, but most likely if I do, that would overlap into 2024 anyway. And then next year, everything changes with the schedule. Assassin's Creed streams won't be every week, and Tomb Raider streams won't be every week. I'll still do my annual playthroughs, I'll still do challenge runs, I'll still do anniversary playthroughs, and just random playthroughs when I feel like it. But I won't have actual dedicated days all year round next year for both franchises. I'll do my annual playthrough of Red Dead 2 for 2024, which will be 7 days a week. And then once I've finished that playthrough, I'll be resuming my dialogue-focused Red Dead Redemption 2 playthrough, which will take place every weekend all next year. And then the other days of the week will be for one game at a time, until it's done, and then the next one, and so on and so forth. However, having said that, there might be some games where I finish the playthrough in like one stream, which would then mean that I could maybe do a few different games in the same week. And I'm going to change the format too for the way that the About Me has my schedule. Once I've locked in the weekends for Red Dead Redemption 2, I'll just basically have a thing where it's like Saturday and Sunday, Red Dead Redemption 2, and then Monday to Friday, whatever other game I want to do. Oh, I forgot to say too that when I do change the About Me images for games, what I'll have is I'll have Monday through to Friday one game, Saturday and Sunday Red Dead Redemption 2, and then another one which will basically be like current and next. But what I'll do for that image is I won't worry about trying to get an image of a character or a background. I'll just basically get the title of the game and then put it on a split image in the one frame kind of thing. So it would be, for example, and I'd probably place it between Monday to Friday and the Saturday and Sunday panels, but most likely it will have, for example, if Monday to Friday I'm playing Assassin's Creed 2, it might have next to that current, the top half be Assassin's Creed 2, and then below it, next, Red Dead Redemption 1 or something, you know, and then the panel of Saturday and Sunday with Red Dead Redemption 1 or 2. Or maybe I won't bother with having current written, because it would be obvious if Monday to Friday is one game and Saturday to Sunday is a different game. It would be obvious that whatever's being streamed on Monday through to Friday would be the current game. So I would just have Monday to Friday one game, a panel that says next up such and such, or next, you know, Monday to Friday game or something like that. And then Saturday and Sunday Red Dead 2. However, I might decide at some point to actually reduce the amount of stream days that I actually do as well. Okay, so that's that one done. Once I actually get all the ones that I need, I'll read the lyrics for them.
Halt! Let's have a word, chap.
You won't lose that bad.
Ah, that's right. The one that I need disappeared, so the icon won't be on the map for it.
In my sight, clear as day.
In my sight, clear as day. But what if it's daytime, but it's cloudy and overcast? Did you ever think of that, NPC guard? But something I want to do too next year as well is I want to do more kind of like things where it's like not just me deciding what game comes next. Obviously there'll be limitations, like I wouldn't say pick a game for me out of any random game because I might not have the game and all that kind of stuff. But for example, I might, you know, set up something where it's like you can contribute points to choose what the next game would be. For example, let's say I was playing Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Then I might put up a channel point thing where it's like, hey, which Assassin's Creed game would you like me to, you know, do next? This one or this one, you know.
When you buy with me, rest assured.
I definitely want to get to Mass Effect 2 and 3 again. What I've actually been contemplating is actually replaying Mass Effect 1 again. And then play 2 and 3 for the first time. I probably wouldn't play it on Insane Difficulty Harbinger, but I would probably want to do things differently. I might even do like a challenge playthrough of Mass Effect 1. How much the most frustrating game to do on Insanity, is it? Mass Effect 1? That's all the sea shanties. Before I'll cover those, what I want to do is get this manuscript page over this way. I mean, yeah, playing on Insanity would be a challenge in and of itself, but I'm talking about coming up with a different challenge to do for Mass Effect 1.
You there.
You there.
The bastard's over there.
Stand still.
I'll have your skull. He's trying to...
You can't build on that ground without setting it.
Hey! Alert! Alert! Halt! Halt! Nothing to see. Hold a moment!
Hello! Help me, damn it!
You! Let me out of...
Alarm! Rouse yourselves,
Hey,
you
get out
dullards!
here, Schroeder!
Shit! Alarm! Alarm!
I wonder fucking why. It's the wrong friggin' bloody... wrong friggin' treasure map. Wrong coordinate. Usually when it tells you that there's a map in the area, a treasure map, it'll automatically choose the one that matches where you currently are. Alright, so 623172. Here we go. No wonder why. Because with that other map I was thinking, oh yeah, if you tilt your head one way, this looks like a similar shape. Then, oh my god, you found a little convict on YouTube. Who's that star? Oh, it's an old movie you used to have on VHS. That's cool. I've had that happen with things too. Going to YouTube and just thinking of something and going, you know what? Let's see if there's any, clips or any videos uploaded about it. And boom. You knew it as Toby and the Koala Bear. Ah, that's interesting. There was a different kind of name for it. Let's see if this courier actually has any dialogue when you tackle him.
I'll enjoy this, I will blast your bones!
See how they make him run faster than natural on purpose? Bastards. Hello, Anasune. How's things been?
Not only that, but they're ugly too. No! Him! He's a killer! A pirate!
No. What's the good of him then? It's got no dialogue when you actually tackle him. Honestly, things are okay, far from bad, but could be better. Oh, that in between. Yeah, that really sucks when things are like that, Anasune. I hope things can go way further into the better.
Stop!
Come back here, you coward!
Starlight's a 1979 movie. Definitely before my time. Before I was born. A few years off.
Need to disappear, Captain.
Basically, yeah, just feeling like shit after being stuck in your head or alone with your thoughts, whichever term you prefer, a little too long. Yeah, that's when, you know, it's good to be able to, if you can, find a way to kind of like focus on something different. Obviously, it's not easy, but, you know, hopefully you can get some kind of like positive influence or, you know, outcome happening that can help you. Starlight, about 10 years before your time, but your dad loved getting movies. Oh yeah. Yeah, I can definitely relate to that too. Watching movies that came out, you know, way before I was born, but still being exposed to them and they sort of become nostalgic then. It's why you hopped on Twitch. Is it Anasune? Oh, nice. Oh, that's good. Well, hopefully that can help. Okay, so that's that secret. Alright. So in Kingston, what is relevant for this playthrough is... Oh no, that's not classified as one of the secrets. Okay. Then there's another secret that I need to look for. Aha, that's right. This is on the ship. This manuscript is over this way, on this ship. There we go. That'll be the final secret I need for this area. Honestly, from the top of your head, are there any games that were hard for you to 100%? Not hard as in difficult, but more just tedious. Assassin's Creed Valhalla definitely was. When I did it though, it was before Dawn of Ragnarok content was released. And there was probably some content that was released for the base game that I'd already done it with before. So I don't know the cutoff point for the 100% in terms of like what content there is now, so long after release. But I went around and got all the gold locations on the map finished. And that was very tedious because not all of them would appear on the map unless you zoomed all the way in, which of course zoomed all the way in restricted how much of the map you could see at any one bit of time. So I had to really, really with a fine-tooth comb go across the map in close-up zoom. From left to right, from left to right, back and forth, forth and back.
Stop, you! He won't get away! He'll tire! Him. In my sights, clear as day. He's trying to give us the slip! In my sights, clear as day.
I was hoping he'd fall off so we could see him fall. No such thing as bad weather or bad ships. Just bad shipbuilders. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression. No such thing as bad weather or bad ships. Just bad shipbuilders. That from Witcher 3 is just so fucking funny. Now that I've got all the manuscripts here in Kingston, it's time to go over the database entries that I need to go over. First, what I want to do is go through the sea shanties. I'll just scroll to the part of my document where I've listed what sea shanties I've already read. Okay, Billy Riley, Bully in the Alley, Captain Kidd, Cheerly Man is the new one. Cheerly Man, Oh Nancy Dawson, hi oh. Cheerly Man, she rubbed the bosun, hi oh. Cheerly Man, that was a caution, hi ho. Cheerly Man, oh Hawley, hi ho. Cheerly Man, oh Sally Racket, hi oh. Cheerly Man, pawn my best jacket, hi oh. Cheerly Man, and sold pawn the ticket, hi oh. Oh Kitty Carson, hi oh. Cheerly Man, jilted the parson, hi oh. Cheerly Man, married a mason, hi oh. Oh Betsy Baker, hi oh. Cheerly Man, lived in Long Acre, hi oh. Cheerly Man, married a Quaker, hi oh. Oh Jenny Walker, hi oh. Cheerly Man, married a hawker, hi oh. Cheerly Man, that was a corker, hi oh. Oh Polly Riddle, hi oh. Cheerly Man, broke her new fiddle, hi oh. Cheerly Man, right through the middle, hi oh. Derby Ram, drunken sailor, fish in the sea. Alright, a new one to cover is Good Morning, Ladies All. We are outward bound for Mobile Town with a heave-o haul, and we'll heave the old wheel round and round. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Mobile Town with a heave-o haul, oh 'tis there we'll drink and sorrow drown. Good morning, ladies all. Them gals down south are free and gay with a heave-o haul. With them we'll spend our hard-earned pay. Good mornings, ladies all. We'll swing around, we'll have good fun with a heave-o haul, and soon we'll be back on the homeward run. Good morning, ladies all. And when we get to Bristol town with a heave-o haul, for the very last time we'll waltz around. Good morning, ladies all. With Pole and Maggie and Meg and Sally too with a heave-o haul. We'll drink and dance with a hullabaloo. Good morning, ladies all. So a long goodbye to all you dears with a heave-o haul. Don't cry for us, don't waste your tears. Good morning, ladies all. Okay, so the next song to cover is Handy My Boys Why can't you be so handy, oh? Handy me boys so handy. Oh, aloft this yard must go. Handy me boys so handy. Ooh, up aloft from down below. Handy me boys so handy. Growl ye may, but go ye must. Handy, my boys so handy. Growl too much and your head they'll bust. Handy me boys so handy. Oh, a bully ship and a bully crew. Handy me boys so handy. Oh, we're the gang for the kicker through. Handy me boys so handy. Your advance is gone, you're at sea again. Handy me boys so handy. Hey, bound round the horn through the hail and rain. Handy me boys so handy. Sing and haul and sing. Handy me boys so handy. Up aloft this yard will swing. Handy me boys so handy. Up aloft that yard must go. Handy me boys so handy, for we are outward bound, you know. Handy me boys so handy. A bandy ship and a handy ship and a handy crew. Handy me boys so handy. A handy mate, an old man too. Handy me boys so handy. Alright, so that's that song. Already done Holy Holy Ho, Hi Ho, Come Roll Me Over, Homeward Bound, Johnny Burke Liver, Johnny Dillon's Away, Paddy Doors, Boots, Passes for Well, Rainy Dandy, Yo, Roll and Go, Roy Bells Roll, Roller Bowler, Running Down a Cuba Soda in the Morning, Spanish Lady, Storm Along, John the Coast of High Barbary, The Dead Horse, Rio Grande, Sailboat, Malaki, Wild Goose, West Old Ship, Where Am I Going with Johnny, Whiskey Johnny, and Wave Masuni Data. Alright, now I've caught up on the lyrics for the sea shanties. Spectrum, we need a redemption to have you actually sing these songs. I definitely could not do that, Spectrum. Like, that would be so rough on my voice, but also so meticulous with some of the lyrics. Arctic, that sounds handy. It sure does. Okay, so that's that. Alright, so documents. Manuscripts. Alright. Time to cover the ones that we've just collected. Alright, so this one is Aberdeen Bestiary. Phoenix detail. Image of a rising phoenix from the Aberdeen Bestiary, likely insignificant or possibly faked, taken from the estate of Peter Beckford. Okay, Magellan's ship. Detail from the map by Ortelius depicting Magellan's ship Victoria from the estate of Peter Beckford. Prima ego vela volis. Ambon, Cursibus orbum, Magellan novo tedus ducta fretto, MBV meritoc, vocor Victoria sunt or sunt me vela something precium gloria pugna ma. I can't make out some of that stuff, but there's that. Okay, so that covers that. Spectrum, if you try to tell your therapist that you can't make a decision, he comes back with, you won't make a decision, or not making a decision is making a decision. Ah, lol. Okay, now you have to set up an Arnie impression. Yeah, that's the thing. I think it's definitely okay to be in between. You know, so if, like, let's say someone asks you, what would you like to eat? And they don't give you any options. You just have to basically say, pizza. I don't have any pizza. Okay. Spaghetti. Don't have any spaghetti. You know. When you actually know what the options are, it makes it easier for you to make a decision. So if someone said, hey, do you want something to eat? I've got pizza or spaghetti. Which one would you like? If you like spaghetti, you'll choose that. If you like pizza, you'll choose that. If you don't like pizza, you'll choose spaghetti. If you don't like spaghetti, you'll choose pizza. If you don't like either of them, then you might say, that's okay, but I'll have something later, because neither of the things is something that you like. But to be sort of like, decide this, but if you don't decide that, then you've already decided not that. But the thing that you might not want doesn't mean that there's nothing else that you might like. So yeah, having to sort of like think about decisions and then not even making a decision is making a decision. Sometimes it's not, because you're not, the reason you're not making a decision isn't because, you know, you're deciding not to. It's because there's nothing else that you can actually decide upon. So you need time to think about what is the alternative that you want to decide on. That's probably the way I would look at it instead, you know. It's hard to make a decision about something if one of the options isn't anything that you're actually considering. Like if someone asks you a question and you knew the answer, but you decided not to answer and say, I don't know, then you're choosing not to answer, you know, so that's different. It's on cooldown. Let's see how long. Unimpression. It's very weird. I could swear sometimes it tells you how much time is left, and other times it doesn't. So what I'll do is have a look at the amount of time I have on it. Okay, so it's got a 15-minute cooldown, and if I look at my activity feed, it was redeemed last 11 minutes ago. So it's almost ready. Got about 4 minutes left before it's ready again, or available again. Anasune, thank you so very much for contributing points to the Tomb Raider 2013 bow only and no upgrades challenge combined into one. Thank you so much for putting points towards that. If the goal of 200,000 points is met, then that's the playthrough I'll be doing once I finish Tomb Raider Underworld. If the goal isn't met though, before the time is up, then the playthrough of Tomb Raider 2013 that I'll do will just be a basic story playthrough with no extra stuff on top. But thank you so much for contributing points to that. That now brings it to 21% raised, with 11 days left on it. Spectrum, you're talking about choosing between options that you have available, but you can't do all of them, only one. Yeah. Well, that can make things difficult too, as well. If there's only one out of options, out of so many, and, you know, the other options are good ones and you like them as well, but there's only one that you can do, that would make it hard to decide. Crooked, thank you so much for contributing more points to that as well. I really appreciate you doing that, dude. It's going to be interesting doing both of those challenges in one, because I've only ever done them both separately. Oh dear. Alright, so we've covered the sea shanties. What I want to check is progress tracker for a moment. There's still some secrets left in different places that we haven't got access to yet due to story progression. Just checking the sea shanty, sorry. Okay, I think I might have gotten all of the sea shanties. Okay, so there's 35 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34. Interesting. Alright, I'll worry about that another time. And as soon as they do upgrades you collect around the world count, or only upgrades you purchase in camp. So anything that upgrades Lara's skill, so that includes weapons. So I can't even upgrade the bow. The bow has to be the basic bow, except when you get a new bow automatically. Obviously, I can't help that because that's something that automatically happens. But in terms of actually upgrading the bow, or any other weapon, won't be able to. You have to upgrade the bow as you go through, and same with the climbing axe. But yeah, that including the abilities, I can't. There's one ability that you have to get, but it's a choice of certain amount at that stage. Like at the start, you have to choose a skill out of the ones that are available at that point. So what I'm going to do for that, and I'll have to go into more detail when I actually get to the playthrough, if the points are met. But essentially, when the game is like, hey, you must use a skill point to upgrade something, I'll make sure I choose something that doesn't give me any kind of advantage at all. I mean, being able to carry more arrows or being able to, do something like that, that's fine, but I'll have to have a look when we get to it. Hey there, Shillerlock. Welcome on in. It's going very good, thank you. How about yourself? I hope you're having a good rest of your weekend. Thanks for the GGs, Crooked. It's not that you can't make a decision. You won't make a decision. Thanks for redeeming that Arnie impression, Spectrum. Anasune, like, you know how you can collect weapon parts, and if you get enough, it changes to a new weapon. That's what you mean when you're doing it without bow only, you mean. Oh yeah, when you get upgrades like that. Yeah, I mean, the only way you get those is if you open specific things that you can potentially get them from. So in that case, I'd probably have to not get those then. But like, for example, Jonah will give you a new bow type. So that can't be helped. Okay, so we have covered a lot of stuff. Anasune, only story-related upgrades. That's true, yeah. Anything that the game automatically gives you. But anything that I could actively initiate, no. And if I use a weapon that's not a bow, unless it's a forced situation, even if I shoot at nothing, I have to restart the whole game from the start. That's one of the rules I'm adding for that playthrough. Which, for the Tomb Raider games, the reboot ones, that's standard for that challenge that I do anyway. Whenever I do a bow only, whether it's the 2013 game Rise or Shadow, if I shoot any other weapon, even if I'm not shooting at an enemy, I have to restart the whole game from the start. And you've got to be very careful in those games because the game will automatically switch you to a different weapon without even letting you know. So you might select a weapon, and then in the next combat situation, the game might have switched to a different weapon on you without letting you know, and instinctually you might just aim and then shoot, and you've got a different weapon equipped. So it's one of those things where you do need to have some high level of awareness and making sure that you keep double checking and triple checking that you actually have the weapon equipped that you want to have equipped. And so when I do those challenges with the bow only for those games, I need to be very careful and make sure that at all times I've tested to see if I'm actually even carrying the bow or have it equipped. The thing is too, there's slow motion moments when you get a new weapon, but if you actually wait and don't shoot, it'll stop the slow motion part and then go back to normal speed gameplay. The only exception is in Rise of the Tomb Raider, at least off the top of my head that I can remember. The only exception is in Rise of the Tomb Raider when they first want you to use the explosive grenade thing that you can craft. It'll literally just pause the screen until you actually throw it. Whereas with weapons like your rifle and your shotgun, if it's in a situation where there's an enemy about to attack you and it goes in slow motion, if you just wait, the slow motion will stop. So you don't actually have to use that weapon. Code, thank you so much for contributing more points to that challenge for Tomb Raider 2013. Thank you so much for that. How's things going? Anasune, so the only time you can switch weapons is when you need a certain weapon to progress, like a shotgun to destroy a barrier that's blocking the path. That's true, yeah. Yeah, there'll definitely be cases like that where I can actually use it. But not if it's something that I can avoid. Like if there's a secret area that's blocked off by something that has to be shot with a shotgun, obviously I'm not allowed to do it. But if I'm sliding down a hill in a situation as part of the story, and there's something that needs to be shot, then I can use the shotgun. Code, you spent half the day on Father's Day stuff. Oh, did you, Code? So you got half the day left then? Spectrum, thanks for that impression. You got to run now, later. That's okay. No worries at all, Spectrum, for the impression. I appreciate it. Okay, so I've had Edward wearing this outfit. What I now want to do is have him wear a different one.
Bienvenue!
Alright, go to my list in my notepad of what outfits I've showcased already. Okay, these ones are ones that we have to buy, so I haven't showcased any of those. So what I'm better off doing is actually deciding first on which one. Okay, so I'll do the politician's outfit. An outfit quite popular among the English Crown's representatives. That'll auto-equip.
A pleasure. Vraiment.
Time to showcase this. We'll go to a spot where there's some good light, and then actually I also want to go somewhere where there's the hood will go on as well.
way, Captain.
Alright, so he doesn't put his outfit on in this island. Let's go to Kingston then. There we go. Alright, so what I like to do whenever I equip a new outfit for this playthrough is I like to show it from different angles, from different distances. It's a bit hard in this game to get the camera in a good spot, close up and still in frame, to get whatever boots he might be wearing. Just trying to get a bit closer on his arm, the bracer and sleeve and stuff. So they're going to have to go, have an early start tomorrow. Well, early-ish, but still. That's understandable, Anasune, that's for sure. I hope you have a good sleep. Hope you get some good rest. And that that tomorrow goes really well, also. Alright, so now for the rest of the stream I'll have Edward wear this. We're now in Kingston, which works out well. Okay, so the next phase. That's a good one. That's a good edit of that crooked with Dutch emote that I've got, but with the Okay, so NPC dialogue in Kingston. Here we go. Now, to make this easier, I'm not going to focus on enemies yet. I'll just focus on NPC civilians and get all their dialogue.
Can't pronounce half the bloody names.
Kaufman always makes his customers happy.
Blinder, kick, paddock. Come on, folks, we've got to go.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other?
Come on, folks, we've got to go.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other?
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
I think you've had enough. Just listen to you.
Some of the dialogue, I've heard it so many times already that I know that I've covered it. But there will be additional dialogue that I haven't covered yet. And what I mean by covered in this context is I've actually taken note of it, listened to it, and typed out some of what the dialogue actually says in my document. Not simply just having it on the actual stream being heard. I need to make sure that I've made note of it.
If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase price.
God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads.
When you buy with me, rest assured, value is what you get.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's chests?
I think you've had enough. Just listen to you, savages. God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads.
Buy any two, and I will give you the third absolutely free.
Men, I have a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
I'll cut the price on corn to make it disappear.
God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads. You have to say to each other,
Now, no need to get...
Hello, good people. I bless you all this day.
is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other?
The dialogue from the woman speaking, I've already taken note of that and we've heard it on stream. I'm actually focusing on the merchant here, selling the fish, that you can't buy from, but there are merchants still nonetheless.
You have to say to each other,
Now, no need to get your drunken arses in trouble.
If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase price.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's chests?
I'm willing to drop the price of anything and everything.
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
Hello, good people. I bless you all this day.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the
choice and no worry, yeah? Buy any two, and I will give you the third absolutely free. With me, you have always much choice and no worry, yeah? The glücklich Kaufmann always makes his customers happy. I am almost giving everything away at these prices.
I have a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways. You both on your merry ways. Men, I have a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
Leave us in peace, foul reprobate.
Everything you could possibly need, gathered here for you good folk. When you buy with me, rest assured, value is what you get. With me, you have always much choice and no worry, yeah? You do not need something if I am not having it. Hello, good people. I bless you all this day. I am having many things for to delight you, my friends. If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase price.
Alright, so we've covered a lot of dialogue there with that one character. Come on folks, I've got to go. If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase price. When you buy with me, rest assured, value is what you get. Buy any two and I'll give you the third absolutely free. Hello good people, I bless you all this day. I'm willing to drop the price of everything and anything. With me you have much choice and no worry, yeah? Always makes customer happy. Almost giving things away. I'm not doing it word for word, some words I had missed, but just the gist of it. Everything you need gathered here for you good folk. You do not need something if I'm not having it. I'm having many things to delight you, friends. It's just crazy how many different dialogues there is.
Hello, good people. Bless you all this day.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other?
Sure it's loaded.
I think you had
The captain
enough.
says it's a load of it.
Listen to you.
I don't know. I've seen them firsthand, and I think the mercantile gentleman's got it right. Thought we was to sail out last week, but the authorities giving the captain grief. Nothing to be done, but the old man's
Buy any
sure it's a
two, and I will give you the third
I've seen some rough
absolutely
lads in
free.
my day, and these are rough lads. Mind you, the gen that was with them was different. Colder. Want no part of that sort.
Is that the most intelligent thing you have to say to each other?
Alright, there's only one bit of dialogue from them,
I don't know. I've seen
which was that one.
and I think I've seen some rough lads.
Last I heard he was splendor.
So why, by heaven, would you think I did?
Bloody bastard! It was mine, and you know it!
I'm almost giving everything away.
Can be no proving what never happened.
You expect any sane man to believe you?
I'm not sure what's got my esteem.
I've had about enough of this empty boasting.
I'll shove this boot up your ass is what I'll do.
Hello, good people. I bless you all this day.
So why, by heaven, would you think I did?
You would, you merry begotten plug-tail!
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
Lies, posturing. You're nothing but a veiled prig.
Can be no proving what never happened.
You would, you merry begotten plug-tail!
Ah, yes, they said you was a talker.
lies, posturing. You're nothing but a veiled prig.
So why, by heaven, would you think I did?
You would, you merry-begotten blood.
Now, no need to get your drunken arses into trouble.
I've had about enough of this empty boasting.
Bloody bastard! It was mine, and you know
Settle down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
Convinced they want his head. And that's worth more to a man than beauty.
I'm almost giving everything away at these prices. So buy any two, and I will give you the...
Now, they're still holding Daniel's ship offshore. Some sort of inspection. Just hope it doesn't take too long. Fish has gotta be fresh. Rough seas both on and offshore lately. I'm not sure what's got my esteemed peers steeped in brine.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's chests?
No, they're still holding Daniel's ship offshore for some sort of inspection. Just hope it doesn't take too long. Fish has gotta be
Settle
fresh.
down. There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
I think you've had enough. Just listen to you.
Last I heard, he was fixing to head back to Europe. For a time, at least. He's convinced they want his head. And that's worth more to a man than beauty.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's chests?
Talk going around was that the broker himself's what's behind it. I don't think so, though. Not his style at all. Oh, he hasn't been seen in weeks.
I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's
No,
chests?
they're still holding Daniel's ship offshore. Some sort of inspection.
Bloody men. Not one whit of sense to be found between. Men, I've a mind to be sending you both on your merry ways.
One would suppose the watchmen are employed to put an end to such thuggish activity, but when John spoke to the captain, the man went chalk pale and left. I'm not altogether certain we can remain given the circumstances. We have some few monies left from the inheritance, of course. They shan't persist. Just the other day, Edmund Miller and a Cartwright boy were found half dead in a ditch. They're still not sure the boy will live. One would suppose the watchmen are employed to put an end to such thuggish activity, but when John spoke to the captain, the man went
Come on, folks. They've got to go. The house of God and walked out with the collection plate. Savages. They even cut the dull sexton for smiling at them.
God forbid any form of sense should creep into either of your heads.
Bloody bastard! It was mine, and you know it!
Not one whit of sense to be found between you.
I'm almost giving everything away at these prices. That didn't happen for now.
God will not tolerate such woeful injustice long, not among his most faithful servants. He shall be cursed who spanks his meekest member. They defiled the house of God and walked out with the collection plate. Savages! They even cuffed the dull sexton for smiling at them.
If you're not entirely satisfied, I'll return half the purchase.
To a man, the watch turn a blind eye to all that occurs. Shameful. I'll wager a tiny.
Alright, so some dialogue hadn't heard yet, others had heard before. Alright, let's go to a different location. This is by no means going to be a 100% accurate and full account of every single piece of dialogue from NPCs in the game, but I'm being as thorough as I can.
This is no place for you.
Hamza, thanks for redeeming the Arnie impression. She's a replicant, isn't she? I'm impressed. How many questions does it usually take to spot them? I don't get it, Tyrell. How many questions? 20? 30? Cross-reference. I fucked that word up, sorry. 20, 30. Cross-referenced. It took more than 100 for Rachel, didn't it? She doesn't know. She's beginning to suspect, I think. Suspect? How can it not know what it is? Thanks for redeeming that from Blade Runner.
The glücklich Kaufmann always makes his customers happy. Hello, good people. I bless you.
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain.
He's off his top if he thinks he'll get that many duckies. That's a room specimen. 2 and 6. AKA the upstairs premises, this whiskin. Oh, it's like Mayfair, bloody High Street. I'm not paying that. Well, that's a room specimen. 2 and 6. AKA the upstairs premises, this whiskin. This knob's off his...
Care to lose the lawman, friend?
Hello, good people. I bless you all this day.
Seems you could use a little help disappearing, friend.
Need something if I am not having it. Buy any two, and I will give you the third, huh?
Care to lose the lawman, friend?
It's like me.
I would help you lose the hounds, Captain. Seems you could use a little help disappearing, friend.
It's that brazen Queen bloody nanny again. Taking in hundreds of runaway slaves.
Fortune's got to swing back the other way eventually. Only I'd listen to Father. Fortune's got to swing back the other way eventually.
Oh, I'll wager that... Oh,
I'm leaving. I'm gone. Care to lose the lawman, friend?
There we go. Slaver dead.
I'm not gonna wait around to see how this ends. A rope back here.
You brainless sheep lovers. I'm leaving. I'm gone. Home. Get home.
Dear Lord. Not long dead, too.
Mother of mercy.
Hard done. I'd best leave.
A thief! I must have missed it. See a thief? What did he...
we know each other? Is something wrong, sir?
Hey Lucinda, welcome on in. Good morning to you also. Black Flag's going well. Covering a lot of different things. We're back in Kingston now, and I'm covering the dialogue from NPCs, some of which is new, others not. Finished off all the Templar hunt missions, so I got the Templar armor and played the game with that on for a little bit. And then I switched to a different outfit, played with that for a little bit, and now I switched to another different outfit and playing with this one for the rest of the stream. But it's going well. How about yourself?
I'd split ye, and you were worth giving half an arse!
Our dismission on that.
All these little fees and regulations they brought in to encourage good moral citizenry are a load of sheets droppings with something more sinister beneath. It cannot go on like this. They're ruining the town, undoing the good work generations of enterprising, earnest men and women labored for. All these little fees and regulations they've brought in to encourage good moral citizenry are a load of sheets droppings with something more sinister beneath. It cannot go on like this. They're ruining the town, undoing the good work generations of enterprising, earnest men and women labored for. They've got the gall to expect us to thank them for making hash of the whole business. If my father were alive, he'd thrash them clear out of the city. All these little fees and regulations they've brought into...
All these little fees and regulations. Sounds like nowadays. Listen, they're going alright. Since we're swapping our errand days, you're waiting on Necro to get out of the shower so you can go get breakfast. Dang, I just noticed you went live really early. You went live about an hour after you went to bed. Oh, really, Lucinda? That was the timing of it? Damn. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're going alright, and hopefully the swapping of your errand days will actually go well. Hopefully the transition to that is going to go smoothly, or as smoothly as possible.
It cannot go on like this. They're ruining the town.
They do not act alone. They couldn't. Not one of the galumphing great advocates has the mental wherewithal to organize their company, for one. They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy, yet the price they ask is beyond our meager means. Dire straits indeed.
Tis no lie, I quite agree. Just don't be saying it too loud.
My husband's not seen the sun in weeks. One would think the broken arm was enough for them, but still they prowl our shop front.
Fearful hard time.
They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy, yet the price they ask is beyond our meager means.
They've got the gall to expect us to thank them for making hash.
Why so close, friend?
In the market for a few handy salts. Be that Captain Kenway? What cheer?
Need something, friend?
They keep talking about dangerous maroonies or some such thing. Are they cocodrilli or horsey or something?
No. Maroons. They're a very tough community of runaway slaves living deep within the island's bush. Been giving old Georgie a hiding for decades.
Ho capito ora, grazie. So they tried to take La Hispaniola first, but took Jamaica instead.
Aye. Found 'twas an easier prize after his men turned tail before stiff resistance at San Domingo. Old William Penn led the raid with Venables. A squalling nor'easter blew us right alongside Black Caesar's flagship. There was no tacking off them, as we'd lost too many men to sail her tight.
That must have been terrifying. Yet you are alive.
They never fired a shot. They'd blown their powder reserve along with half the crew. Slipped past and on into Kingston.
So they tried to take La Hispaniola first, but took Jamaica instead.
Aye.
Some new dialogue there we hadn't heard yet in the playthrough.
Lost his wits.
They threaten us with fire and beatings and all manner of infamy.
Oh, so say you! I'm a different opinion
Settle
on the
down.
matter.
There's no need for being ornery here, now is there?
The last man thought he could play with me is in 3 pieces.
You better be ready to prove it!
Now, no need to get your drunken arses into trouble.
I'll get bed stuff.
Haven't you boys anything better to do than pull the hair off each other's chests?
They've been lounging about the place, contemptuously bearing knives and leering at us. We all know what comes next. We've seen it often enough. They must have the city greybeards in their pockets to run roughshod over us all like this. No watchman ever patrols where they're at their business.
Oh!
There's a whole world beyond Dundee, she says.
Alright, I'm going to focus on enemy dialogue soon. Let's go to a different part of Kingston.
Emmett was most put out. They almost broke the poor man's head with their cutting.
Heard that dialogue before.
Can't read the minds of evil men, except that it must be for profit or politics. They certainly don't have our best interests at heart. That's what Pearson was saying too. We all know what they're about, but can do nothing to stop it.
Garrison?
Want to see which road gets you to paradise?
And also a cook magnifique. My kiss and quiche combo is famous for leaves. Your love. I also burn from your love, but anyway.
They don't usually trouble a little operation like mine, but lately they're taking too much of an interest. I have to call in a few favors. Rough seas both on and offshore lately. I'm not sure what's got my esteemed peers steeped in brine, but they've been deaf to all our proposed improvements. Talk going around is that the broker himself's what's behind it. I don't think so, though. Not his style at all.
Alright, so I've covered a lot of dialogue in Kingston that is new, amongst all the other dialogue that actually isn't new, that we've heard in other parts of the game. Now that I've done that with the civilian NPCs in Kingston, what I want to do is focus on getting dialogue from enemies, which I don't think I've really done much of in the playthrough. So this will be a good opportunity to start doing that and then go and backtrack to other cities and then do the same thing as well. So I want to go and find a group of enemies that are just standing still and aren't guarding anything, so they won't be stopping their dialogue to be like, "Hey, you, get away." Listen, we don't get a lot of enemy dialogue because we eliminate them so quickly. That's definitely a good point. They don't last long. I was just saying before that with Notepad, all the stuff that I've got for this playthrough that I'm keeping track of and double checking and cross-referencing, in Notepad I have 651 lines of text so far and 4 columns worth, essentially. And I haven't counted the exact number, but I definitely would have taken note of 100 or more bits of dialogue so far.
I miss the farm. My wife? Well...
I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
Killed 5. Small wonder at that range. Killed 5. Small wonder at that range.
Really? God,
Want to see which road gets you to
Well, Gareth's the
paradise?
one what caught Jack Shepherd all those years ago. At the 5th time.
I might get these dancing girls somewhere else if I can, so that their dialogue isn't interfering with the enemy's dialogue.
Whoa.
Listen, you're actually writing down what they're saying. Not word for word. Sometimes I can, but other times just getting the gist of it so that if I need to check if I've already heard it, I know.
Keep up when we bolted.
Them and them, fancy.
Oh, why? What's he on about? Angrier all the time, don't they?
Q was just standing guard. He wasn't hurting nobody.
No respect for soldiers. They'll learn.
Well, it certainly tops being at sea with naught but Jack Nastyface boxing the Jesuit for company. Terra firma for me.
I hate this miserable town and I hate its miserable people.
Nah, not sure I want to patrol in the forest. There's danger lurks everywhere.
I've an old friend, newly promoted in the Coldstreams, so like as not, when this tour's done with, I'll be seeking a commission.
Nah, not sure I want to patrol in the forest. There's danger lurks everywhere.
Well, it certainly tops being at sea with naught but Jack Nastyface boxing the Jesuit for company. Terra firma for me.
For a minute company, proud and supremely disciplined. Then some fat fop's lordly uncle thought dear nephew would make a bonny major. I was the only survivor. Waste of good spirit that was. You could tell the wound was beyond cleaning. Should have poured it down gin lane and hacked it off from the go. I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
I hate this miserable town and I...
He didn't make it through that skirmish. Indian scout, but a ball in his ankle. Couldn't keep up when we bolted.
New boots would be nice, though. You had to have been there, laddie. The barrage was fierce, and the French were of a mind to give no quarter. A rare blessing, that victory.
Well, it certainly tops being at sea with naught but Jack Nastyface boxing the Jesuit for company. Terra firma for me.
Come now, that... I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
Always kicking against the prick and fussing about rights and wrongs and bloody privilege. Sport bung nippers at the king's banquet, if you ask me.
I've an old friend, newly promoted in the Coldstreams, so like as not, when this tour's done with, I'll be seeking a commission.
Killed 5. Small wonder at that range.
Standard issue, they say. But for the sake of the British Army's morale and our arses, we need to take issue with their standards.
Really? God, fancy that. My dad's the one what caught Jack Shepherd all those years ago. At the 5th time. But he escaped Newgate soon after.
Took ship for Boston with my father when I was 12. My mother had passed of consumption that winter, and he felt I needed a new start.
New boots would be nice, though. I heartily second the sentiment. Mine are as paper and offer comfort and protection accordingly.
Waste of good spirit that was. You could tell the wound was beyond cleaning. Should have poured it down gin lane and hacked it off from the go. Join the army. There's a whole world beyond Dundee, she says.
Killed 5. Small wonder at that range. If I had half a chance to teach them.
Been living too close to the savages they have.
I'd have shot him, I was there. Any man would.
For a minute company, proud and supremely disciplined. Then some fat fop's lordly uncles thought dear nephew would make a bonny major. I was the only survivor.
Nope, nothing from logistics yet. We'll have to endure mouldy blankets and stale rations for a while yet.
Nah, not sure I want to patrol in the forest. There's danger lurks everywhere.
I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
If I had half a chance to teach them.
Well, it certainly tops being at sea with naught but Jack Nastyface boxing the Jesuit for company. Terra firma for me.
Always kicking against the prick and fussing about rights and wrongs and bloody privilege. Sport bung nippers at the king's banquet, if you ask me. I'd have shot him, I was there. Any man would.
Took ship for Boston with my father when I was 12. My mother had passed of consumption that winter, and he felt I needed a new start.
They're living too close to the savages they have.
If I had half a chance to teach them.
Nope, nothing from logistics yet. We'll have to endure mouldy blankets and stale rations for a while yet.
Come now, that way lies only unfit fuel for the thoughts of gentlemen. They will pay us when they can on shore. Duty above all.
Hugh was just standing guard. He wasn't hurting nobody.
Ah, you had to have been there, laddie. The barrage was fierce, and the French would have a mind to get no quarter. A rare blessing.
Alright, so that's a lot of dialogue from these soldiers. I'm not able to type it word for word, and I've had to do like ... in between certain things. But just to give a little bit of an idea, no respect for soldiers, they'll learn. Well, tops being at sea ... terra firma for me. I hate this miserable town and people. Not sure I want to patrol the forest, there's danger lurks. I've an old friend newly promoted ... seeking commission. For a minute company, proud... for a minute company ... proud ... dear nephew. Our waste of good spirit that was ... wound beyond cleaning. Indian scout put a ball in his ankle. The barrage was fierce and the French... Sometimes I just cut it off because I only catch a bit of it. I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use the musket. Always kicking against ... King's Banquet. Killed five, small wonder at that range. Standard issue, they say. We need to take issue. Really, God, fancy that my da... escaped Newgate. Took ship for Boston with father... mother passed. New boots would be nice, though. Joined the army, there's a whole world beyond Dundee. If I'd half a chance to teach them, living too close to the savages, I was the only survivor. Nope, nothing from logistics yet. I'd have shot them. Come now, that way lies... duty above all. Hugh was just standing guard, and then other stuff. Now, I don't know if this is specific to Kingston and the guards that talk here, or if there's actually other things, but I'm going to have to go through the other places and actually cover the enemy dialogue just in case there's differences. In the smuggler dens, there's actually different dialogue that each enemy has to the other smuggler den. I found that out earlier, so I've done 2 of those so far.
Where will they be sending us next? India? They've had enough of the Indians.
Join the army. I joined the army for the fancy clothes, not to use a musket.
Lucinda, smuggler.
Legendary company, aye. But disbanded. Years back in Karnataka, fighting some of France's local bully boys. They lost their colours and were totally dispersed. Nah, not sure I want to patrol in the forest. There's danger lurks everywhere.
Even after I had paused the game and unpaused it, we got new dialogue. Where will they be sending us next? And disbanded ... years back ... totally dispersed. Whatever.
He didn't make it through that skirmish. Indian scout put a ball in his ankle. Couldn't keep up when we bolted.
I've an old friend newly promoted in the Coldstreams.
Always kicking against the prick and fussing about rights and wrongs and bloody privilege. Sport bung nippers at the King's Banquet, if you ask me.
Fancy.
She was just standing.
They've got the gall to expect us to thank them for making hash of the whole business. If my father were alive, he'd thrash them clear out of his clothes of such a nuisance. But what to do with them? Labour in the town and doing the good work. Generations of enterprising, earnest men and women laboured for.
Alright. That's them dealt with. Let's see if there's any dialogue from enemies that are standing guard somewhere up top. Okay, so that's enemies that are just standing and talking, not inside an enemy zone. What I want to do now is actually go into the enemy zone and see what dialogue might happen. In this run, there's going to be a lot of dialogue missed that guards who are inside missions actually say. But that's because I'm leaving that until phase 6.
From home duty? I'm from a small village in the north.
Alright, so there's dialogue from those 2 roaming guards, it seems.
He's legging it!
Damn it.
Don't lose sight of him! There!
Alright, let's reset this situation.
Rouse yourselves, you dullards!
Alarm, eh?
Attack in concert! You get back here! Stop it! Head up in the shed!
Could be hiding
on! Rouse yourselves, you dullards! Look, there! Get in!
Keep him guessing.
Figured I'd use that opportunity to get the dialogue from them when killing me. Your life's at an end. I've got a lovely clear shot. Keep him guessing. Alright, so I want to go back there and try and get the dialogue from those two roaming enemies.
I'd advise you to listen. Give over. He's vanished.
Say, you were missing quite a while. Thought you'd gone on French leave.
Okay, so we'll just have to stay here and hopefully catch the dialogue as they pass each time. Although sometimes their dialogue starts but isn't audible, and then by the time they get close they're already in the middle of speaking, or the volume of their voice starts to get higher but they've already said stuff that was lower and I couldn't catch it. Plus this music going like this doesn't always help either.
Let me guess. Again, all the guards and overseers were away, leaving their valuable stock unprotected.
I didn't catch all of that, but at least it was heard on stream. And I know some of the dialogue that was said there. That's all that matters in terms of like me taking note of it. As long as there's enough there for me to remember and know what was said.
Nah, laid up in the barracks sick ward, sweating the life out.
Lucinda, okay, Rod, it's time for you to go run your errands. I'll be back later if you're still online. Thank you so much for popping in, Lucinda. Don't know how much longer I'll be online for, but thank you so much for stopping in. I hope things go well, and especially with the switching of what days you do your errands on. Would like to recommend people check out Lucinda's channel if you haven't before. Lucinda is playing through the Assassin's Creed series, currently on Assassin's Creed Origins, and will also be doing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Valhalla, as well as maybe Mirage as well. Those playthroughs will continue for the rest of the year and then go into next year as well, playing through the series for the first time, with the exception of AC3, which Lucinda had played years before. So her playthrough of it this year was a second playthrough for AC3, but all the other ones are first-time playthroughs. Is also a fan of the Dishonored series, as well as horror games like the Resident Evil franchise, as well as The Last of Us and Evil Within also. So highly recommend, a great streamer with a great channel. No worries at all for the shout out, Lucinda. Absolutely no trouble at all. Thank you again for being here. Really hope you have a great day, and definitely catch you again soon.
I'm from a small village in the north, stationed in a small village in the north. That bloody Cujo was at it again last night. Led his maroons to the Watson plantation and carrying off a good 50 slaves. You were missing quite a while. Thought you'd gone on French leave. Laid up in the barracks, sick ward, sweating the life out. Not the yellow fever. Indigestion, or misalignment of the humors, to be technical. Been long deployed with this company? Crossed last year from the 7th Fencibles. Why did you desist from home duty? I'm from a small village in the north, and stationed in a small village in the north. Needed a change from sheep protection?
So much dialogue. Alright, so some of it is part of the same conversation, but I've put it on a separate line in my document. But I think that's a comprehensive covering of the dialogue from these two enemies, at least, the ones that are patrolling.
You come back here and face us like a man.
Stop, you! I'll piss on it. Let's get back.
Oi! Coward! Get back here! He's off! Bastard's trying to get away! Huh?
Not worth the effort.
I'd enjoy this.
In my sights, clear as day. What? We've a bush stick.
As part of the playthrough, I will be trying to showcase all the different kinds of animations for using various weapons in combat and different finishing moves and things like that as well. But I'm going to leave that for a little bit later in the playthrough.
Wait a minute. Now what have you done here? Damn that this is gone. We lost him. What the old?
The only bit of dialogue I caught there was blasted or we've lost him. There was other things that those enemies said, but they were too far away. I couldn't make out what they were saying. It's so funny that enemy's not reacting to the whistling. quicker, idiots trying to lose us.
You! Attack from behind! It's flank! Attack is flank! Head off his escape!
Press him hard!
Sorry about the pausing and unpausing, but it's the best way for me to make sure I'm actually getting the dialogue noted down so that I don't forget what has already been actually said by the enemy during combat.
Head off his escape! Keep them guessing!
Both flanks, lads.
Finish him!
Oh, I already got that one. Pin him, finish him.
His flank! Attack his flank!
Oh, you already got that one.
Get on his blind side!
Get on his blind side. Hadn't gotten that one yet.
Keep him hemmed in!
Just to basically give an idea of how many different enemy dialogues we've gotten just simply from being in combat, let's have a look. Attack from behind. He's flanked. Attack his flank. Pin him. Finish him. Head off his escape. Press him hard. Keep him guessing. Patience, then strike. Both flanks, lads. Attack in concert. Get on his blind side. Keep him hemmed in. So right there we have 11 different bits of dialogue during a combat scenario with these enemies.
On both flanks.
Both flanks, lads!
Close in, men.
Did I have that? Nope. That's another new one.
Corner him!
Get on his blind side!
Patience, then strike.
Alright, so that's a good amount of enemy dialogue just being in a combat situation. There's about 13 or 14 separate different things.
Stay right.
Stop the bastard! Help!
I'll beat the bejesus out of you.
Keep him surrounded! Attack in concert!
Cut off his retreat!
I don't know if I caught it right, but I think he just said cut off his feet. Hello, Jay. It was cut off his retreat. Oh, thanks for clearing that up, Jay. Thank you so much for that. Cut off his retreat. Excellent.
I'll teach you.
I was in the middle of typing. I thought that they wouldn't actually cut through the bush. Jay, you had to listen to it a couple of times in the replay window to figure it out. Well, thank you so much for doing that, Jay. I appreciate you doing that. Cut off his feet would have been better. Yeah, I think that would have been something that it would have been good if they recorded as well. How's things been, Jay? It's not enemy dialogue that just said that, but an NPC said bastards. The one who's actually looking at the fight. So this is something else to keep track of while in combat when there's bystanders. Jay, not bad. Still getting over a cold, but you're managing. You finished Miles Morales yesterday and you're intending to start Mirage today. That really sucks, getting a cold, Jay. That would definitely be frustrating as well. So with that Miles Morales game, did you do, like, is there any DLC for that, or is it pretty much all just the game itself and nothing extra in that sense?
Press him hard.
Jay, there is no DLC you're aware of, but there is content you can only get on a New Game Plus playthrough. You did 100% of a regular play. Oh, that's good that you got 100% on that game done with the regular play of it. Be interesting to see what you think of Mirage as well. That's cool that you'll be starting a playthrough of it.
Circle round, surround them.
Something something surround them. I didn't actually catch the rest of that. Now, did he say pigs or beast, that NPC? So many differences. This NPC watching the fight just throws random words out. Bastards. Animals. Idiot. Pigs. Savages. Onions. Paper. Rocks. Cannons. Like, what other words is he just going to randomly throw out?
Finish him.
Don't know what he said there. Something.
I'm not here. You never saw me.
I'm not here. You never saw me. I think I might have got that one, but what I need to do is off stream go through my list of dialogue I've covered just to see if there's any that I've doubled up on or tripled up on.
If he wants to keep his land.
Split me? No. I'm not a dull man. Give me a foozy and a target, and I'll do what's needed. But when them we's currently disagreeing with, can't be right.
It warms the heart.
He must be emptying the old country, just to have a few souls in all the dirt he's claiming.
This might be a good spot to sit as they're passing by to be able to get their dialogue. Hey there, Maxi. Welcome on in, dude. It's going really well. How's yourself? And how is the rest of your GTA 5 stream? Harmager, thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Alright, so I've got a scene to do a reenactment from. 18 hours ago, we lost a chopper, carrying a cabinet minister and his aide in this charming little country. We've got a transponder fixed on their position, about here. This cabinet minister, Does he always travel on the wrong side of the border? Apparently they strayed off course, and we're fairly certain they're in guerrilla hands. So why don't you use the regular army? What do you need us for? 'Cause some damn fool accused you of being the best. Dylan! You son of a bitch! What's the matter? The CIA got you pushing too many pencils? That's from the movie Predator. Maxi, it's going good, thanks, dude. GTA Streamers Gate is going well. Did the torture mission, which was very long due to traffic. Oh my god. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, doing a law-abiding citizen playthrough, meaning that you can't steal cars unless it's actually part of the mission. Like, holy shit, you know, like, and the amount of times after a mission in those games when you get stranded on your own without a vehicle to use as well, having to ring up the cab and, you know, or just walk it and leg it. Black Flag is going well, Maxi. I'm covering the dialogues from enemies and their conversation dialogues, but also in combat. In combat alone, in one big combat part, I had like 13 different pieces of dialogue, each distinctly different to the other as well. And now I'm covering the dialogue with these two enemies that are patrolling back and forth. I already covered two other guards in another spot patrolling back and forth, and now these guards that are patrolling back and forth have different dialogue from what I just heard than what the other two had. It is a great scene, Maxi. It really, really is. I love that whole part. I think the line, "Dylan, you son of a bitch," was the first quote that actually led me on the journey to actually start trying to do the Arnie impression in the first place, years ago. Actually, after that, Michael is as a dead body mission. You knew you could steal that car, but it was funny that you can hide from the police by hiding behind a dumpster. And of course, they would never think to look behind the dumpster at all. But yeah, that is such a hilarious way to play through the game.
Boots! Finally! Apparently they dug up some old crates full of Cromwells in the ruins of Port Royal.
They'll be a welcome treat regardless of where they came from.
It's not Christian what the quartermaster's got us wearing now.
Yes, the man wants energy for the work.
At least he keeps the packets in plumb with victuals. Taken by pirates, but no name has yet surfaced. 3 ships laden of rum and sundry sugar stuffs, along with a good quantity of powder and bloodwood.
Holes like that what keep them at it. There's a pirate crew sleeping off the Mother of Igos on a desert beach somewhere. Poor lieutenant's lost his mind. He's convinced Queen Nanny's cast a powerful spell on him.
The Maroon Rebel? Cast a spell? Ah. He just doesn't want to lead another attack up there.
Maxie, you wonder if they will improve on traffic, etc. in GTA 6, because you'll definitely do a law-abiding citizen run as a second playthrough. Yeah, that's true, because we know Rockstar, when they do their games, they like to go in as much detail as possible. Like, you look at the detail they went into with Red Dead Redemption 2 as well. And so I wouldn't be surprised if they also go into more realistic detail with certain aspects of stuff, you know, like how the traffic actually operates and stuff like that. In fact, wasn't there, I think that made me think that there was something that was said about some kind of patent that Rockstar had actually applied for to do with NPCs and how they react, and also maybe traffic stuff. I'm not too sure though about the traffic side of things, but if they've got something that is special they're cooking up for NPCs, then I wonder if that would extend into things like how they operate in a situation of, you know, will some NPCs follow the road rules when in a vehicle and both, you know, on foot or not? I'll just see if I can find anything on that. Might be different to NPCs though. Must be animations. Yeah, so it's actually more animations. Well, I mean, take it with a grain of salt, of course, because it says here a Redditor has uncovered a new patent that could make Rockstar Games characters way more lifelike. Something to do with character movements. I'll just skim over what it says. Based on this patent, using a clever system, built a library of small building blocks for character movements. These can be combined in various ways to create wide range of animations. For example, character walking in the rain, feeling tired or getting injured. Instead of designing separate animations for each, they use these building blocks to put together the character's movements naturally. So when you play GTA 6, you'll see characters moving in ways that match the weather, their energy level, their injuries. Makes the game feel more immersive. Like having characters that can adapt to different situations, making the game world feel more real and thrilling. But yeah, I just put a search in for GTA 6 patent, and there's a few results that come up.
All for want of powder? There's scarce 2 pounds left to us, the entire force.
Good King Phil should look to his men's provision if he wants to keep his lands.
Split me? No. I'm not a dull man. Give me a foozy and a target, and I'll do what's needed. But when them we's currently disagreeing with can't return fire...
It warms the heart.
He must be empty in the old country, just to have a few souls in all the dirt he's claiming.
Georgie will relieve him of more of his burden soon enough, Warren.
God save the king!
Boots?
Finally! Apparently they dug up some old crates full of Cromwells in the ruins of...
Okay, so I think I've captured, well, I've taken note of all their dialogue, the two enemies that are roaming back and forth.
Quartermaster's got us wearing now.
Okay, so to take a break from doing dialogue stuff for a little bit, what I'll do is go back to the ship and see what we can see. I remember that a message popped up about a Kenway Fleet mission finishing. The Lost Expedition 1 was completed. Alright, so there was Kenway Fleet missions, and I was double checking the rewards. Okay, so the Lost Expedition 1, I'll see what that was actually going to unlock. Okay, the Lost Expedition 1, I set that in motion to unlock the diamond sails. I'm not ready to actually showcase the different sails and all that kind of stuff yet. But I just want to go in and double check to make sure that that actually has unlocked now. It has. Excellent. Cool. There's still quite a lot of hours of real time left on some of these other ones, so they won't pop up during this stream, of course. Okay, these are all real time hours that are counting down. 4 hours and 19 minutes for that one. 16 hours and 19 minutes for that one. Same with that one. 3 hours and 15 minutes for this one. 28 hours and 32 minutes for this one. And this one only has 44 minutes and 40 seconds left, give or take. Alright, so that one is going to pop the earliest out of all of these. But I don't know if I'll be streaming still in another 40 minutes. But we've done a lot of covering stuff with dialogue and things like that. I don't want to do any more story. I think in tomorrow's stream I might progress the story. Tomorrow's stream might be short and a late start. I don't know yet. So the start time for tomorrow's stream when it's Monday for me is tentative. Not sure when. But if I do stream Monday, it'll be a short one doing story stuff only. It'd be good to progress the story a bit further using that time in a short stream. There's still a bit to do for the playthrough, but if I can progress the story a bit further, it'll unlock the diving bell. At least that's how far I want to go in the story in the next stream. What I want to do is just find something to do for the rest of this stream that still goes towards the playthrough. So I'm not just going around doing nothing that goes towards the playthrough. E-Tone, thank you so very much for contributing points to the challenge for Tomb Raider 2013, bow only and no upgrades combined. Thank you very much for doing that. How's things? Welcome on in. If the goal for that is met and the total is 200,000, I'll do a playthrough of that game with those challenges combined. The bow only upgrade, the bow only aspect means that unless the game actually forces me to use another weapon, I have to make sure that I only use the bow. Even if I equip the pistol and shoot thin air, it goes against the rules. If I do go against the rules, I have to restart the whole game from the start. No upgrades means that any upgrades that the game doesn't force me to get, I can't get. When it comes to the weapons, the game will actually give you upgraded versions of each weapon naturally, but that's okay. But I can't actually get the other upgrades that you find in, boxes around the place, potentially, and stuff like that. Maxi, thank you so much for contributing points to that as well. Thank you so much, dude. If the challenge points total is not met, then the playthrough of that game will just be a standard normal one. So either way, I'll be playing through that game, but whether or not I do the challenge is dependent on if the goal is met or not. But thank you so much, E-Tone and Z-Maxi, for contributing more points. Zinger Burgers, thank you so much for the follow. Okay, we can't get to Isla Providencia yet. We're not up to that part in the story. Same with Long Bay. So we only have 2 Mayan steelies left, essentially. Can't go to the shipwrecks yet because we haven't gotten to the part of the story where you can unlock the diving bell. Maxi, no worries, dude. Didn't see the challenge earlier. Oh, that's okay, dude. That's no trouble at all. Come to think of it, there might not be anything else that I could do that goes towards the playthrough that isn't dialogue related. Maxi, you're going to have some lunch and feed the doggo. We'll be lurking, dude. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk, Maxi. Really appreciate the lurking. Thank you so much. I hope that you enjoy your lunch, and also I hope that the doggo enjoys their food too. You know, I think I might actually call it a stream, to be honest, because there's nothing else that will contribute towards the goal of the playthrough that isn't dialogue related. So yeah, I think I'll end the stream here. That'll be a good point to end. And then that way, in tomorrow's stream, which will be a short one, I can just focus on story, get a bit further, at least to the point where we can actually go to the diving bell locations and all that kind of stuff. So the next stream that you'll see from me will be this game again. This week I'm doing streams of this game Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, as well as the weekend, which by the time the next stream comes along will have well and truly passed. If you see me streaming this game again, then you know it's become Monday. It might be a short, late stream, so it won't be like an early start or anything like that kind of thing. But yeah, I'll only do story in the next stream. But I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. I really appreciate it. Going to give some shout outs, and then we're going to go and raid. I'm going to go and raid Queen of Skeletons, who's playing Alan Wake 2. So just a heads up for those who might be playing through the game who don't want to be spoiled. I'm pretty sure that she's in the latter part of the game, so almost on the way to finishing it. Thanks everyone for watching. I really appreciate it. And you're sure that you'll enjoy it, Maxi? Thanks for the stream. Well, that's good. Doggos and food. No worries at all for the stream, dude. Thank you for being here. No worries, Maxi, for the shout out, dude. More than happy to give you one, man. Would like to recommend people check out the following streamers. Crocodiles is another big fan of Assassin's Creed. He's currently doing a series run where he plays without the HUD. He's also playing with a rule where he can't fast travel, in any of the games at all. He's also got going a restriction for each game individually as to how many times he can actually look at the in-game map to figure out where things are while having the HUD turned off. Zamaxi is also a fan of Assassin's Creed. The most recent game in the series he finished was Mirage. He's also playing through GTA 5, doing a playthrough where he has to obey all the traffic laws and other laws in the game as well, unless the game forces having to break those laws as part of the missions. But when he has to abide by the laws, it means all the road rules, and it means can't steal vehicles, and a whole lot of other things. Jay is playing through Assassin's Creed Mirage. He's starting that playthrough. It'll be his first run of it. Most recently, he finished playing Spider-Man Miles Morales. Amateur Tech is playing through the Tomb Raider series. The most recent one that he's up to now is Tomb Raider Chronicles. He'll also be playing through the other main entries in that series too. Lucinda is playing through Assassin's Creed Origins. That's her first playthrough of the game. She'll also be playing through Odyssey, Valhalla, and maybe even Mirage 2 as well. Also a fan of the Resident Evil series and The Last of Us, as well as Evil Within. Shillerlock is playing Dead by Daylight. He's also a fan of Assassin's Creed. He's also a fan of horror games by Supermassive, especially the Dark Pictures series. Shin is playing through Cyberpunk 2077. He's also a fan of JRPGs and MMORPGs as well. Athuri does a lot of just chatting streams. He also does a lot of streams related to, I think it was a car simulator game of some description, but I can't for the life of me remember the name of it. Which is always annoying when memory is like, you know that thing that you wanted to remember? Well, we don't remember it. I think it was My Summer Car, that's it. I just remembered. So he also does streams of My Summer Car as well. And Zerul is also recommended. They were doing a playthrough of the game Gun. So highly recommend people check out those streamers if you haven't before. No worries, Senny, for the shout out. More than happy to give you one, dude. Actually, you know what? I'll give a shout out to Queen of Skeletons. But I just saw that Jay actually went live, and there was a while where he wasn't streaming for a bit, and I haven't rated him since he started streaming back up again. So I'd also like to recommend people check out Queen of Skeletons. If you're looking for a streamer who plays primarily horror games, highly recommend checking out Queen of Skeletons. She's a streamer that has this uncanny ability, and she'll definitely admit this herself, of being able to find ways to break games without even meaning to. So I think one of her hopes would be to become a game tester. But she's playing through a whole lot of horror games, plays through a lot of games and gets through a lot of games quickly, and is currently playing through Alan Wake 2. We'll go and raid Jay, who was in here not long ago. There we go. You're about to say Crooked? Yeah. Yeah, because I was going to look to make sure I had Queen of Skeleton's name spelt correctly. But then I figured, oh, Jay's live and haven't for a while. And I raided Queen of Skeletons recently. And so it's like, I better give a shout out to Queen of Skeletons since I was going to raid initially. So there's a general raid message that people can feel free to use. Here's one that includes some free follower emotes. The Edward Kenway, Adewale, and 10th anniversary of Black Flag emotes are free follower ones. And I'll also put in chat a raid message for subscribers as well. Which is that one there. Thank you everyone again for watching. Really appreciate it. And catch you next time.